The following video was brought to you by my patrons on Patreon, and if you'd like to support Casual Mode, there's many different ways to do so. Head over to patreon.com/casualmode, subscribe for any of the reward tiers. You'll get fun things like videos a day early, or tip on Twitch or VidMe, or subscribe to VidMe for $1 a month. However you choose to support me, it's very much appreciated. Thanks a lot, and as always, keep it casual. Enjoy the show. When we last met our lovely agent Violet, she and her partner Blue were uncovering a murder that may be connected to a resistance that is trying to grab up tech to defeat the Selenon. And along the way, they found that the resistance not quite all that cohesive. So this murder mystery is quickly becoming something far, far greater because there's a sect of the rebels that thinks that they can defeat the Selenon by simply destroying their leader and then taking control of the Selenon. Whether they're right, whether they're wrong, we don't know. But we do know that their plan is fucking insane, and even the major resistance cell in the area, the de facto leader of the resistance, is like, no! Fuck that plan! So, our agent friends are here to try and put a stop to that. After removing my mask, I pull up at our agreed-upon rendezvous point in an alley in Midtown. Blue is there, leaning against a brick wall and staring up at what little sky is visible from the crack between buildings. I walk towards him, and he shakes his head as he turns to look. It's about time you got here. Where have you been? I realized I should go back and see if I could maintain my cover with Sam at bolts. That's insane, Vi. You were supposed to abort the mission. I was so close. I had to see if it worked. Well, did it? Yeah, it did. Blue looks a little skeptical. That was a really risky move, Vi. What if he'd heard JJ call you out? You don't know if that mic really has an off switch. Well, it was worth the risk. I got quite a bit of info from him when I went back. Oh yeah? And how did you do that? What can I say? I am extremely charming. Blue laughs and shakes his head. Alright, well what did you get? I thought we were going to have a drink. Fair enough. Come on, let's go to the Silent Word. It's right up the street. That sounds like a plan. We make our way down the darkening street. Blue's hand brushes against mine. I glance sideways at him, and he's looking straight ahead, but I catch the glimpse of the crooked smile that's on his face. I shake my head and look forward. We make our way into the Silent Word and sit down at the bar. We both order a drink and take them to a quieter table in the corner of the bar. Alright, spill. There's a lot. Well, we'd better get started then. I have a hot date later. I choke cough on my drink. What? I half cough the question at him and he looks extremely amused. I'm totally kidding, Vi. I mean Rhonda. My only hot date later is you. I feel vaguely uncomfortable and very confused, but I shake it off and plow on. Apparently, the chain of robberies wasn't orchestrated by JJ, but rather by our old friend Sandman, just like we suspected in the first place. Blue makes a grunt of surprise, but doesn't say anything, so I press on. You were right to think that he was shut out of Zala's cell. Apparently he was tossed out a couple of months ago because of a crazy plan to take down the Selenon. Take down the Selenon? What's that supposed to mean? That's what I said. He's planning on tapping into the ancient missile silos underneath the city to try and launch a missile at the Dark One. Whoa, 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 what? Who is this Dark One you're talking about? Supposedly, the ruler of the Selenon. And Sandman thinks that if he kills the Dark One, he'll make them all defenseless. Even if he's right, that plan is goddamn insane. I know. Anyway, he's been gathering the tech and the information he needs to pull off this plan for the past few months. He used Grange's knowledge of physics and math to get him to calculate the missile trajectory. And then killed him? Either he did or someone else who was trying to get the information about him from Grange. Let's assume that it was Sandman for now. This guy isn't joking around. No, he's not. I already called it into the Bureau on my way back from Bolts. Apparently, they forgot those missiles even existed. But when they checked it out, they discovered that power and the control systems had been restored. Sandman's been a very busy bee. So, are we just sitting around waiting for it to happen then? No. We're taking steps, and so are the rebels. Really? Yeah. This is one area in which we all agree. If you say so. So, what did you find out? Anything else from JJ? Not really. He showed up pretty quick when we got him to Central, but I imagine they'll get a bit more from him. At least now we're pretty sure he was telling the truth about not killing Grange. Is that so? We both take long sips from our drinks. I look down at the cocktail napkin under my drink. There's a dark ring of moisture on it, and it's beginning to break apart from the sweat coming down from my drink. I look back up, and Blue is staring at me. So what's your schedule like in the morning? The chief called me in for a meeting first thing. I think he wants me to explain my info more thoroughly. Can't really blame him. You did manage to get a lot out of your source. As I said, I'm just very charming. When I need to be. Considering the voice that I'm giving Violet and the kind of character that that voice was initially attached to, that's actually a very appropriate statement for Violet to say. You really are. Blue says this sincerely, and his sincerity surprises me. You should stay at my joint tonight. It's a lot closer to headquarters, and you need to get as much sleep as you can after the day you've had. I'm not sure that would be appropriate. I promise I'll act completely appropriately. It's probably a bad idea. Maybe, but wouldn't you be more comfortable with some company? Having hundreds of bullet shot at you isn't what I'd call a relaxing day. I'd be fine by myself. Oh, I know you'd be fine, but I'd be all night worried. Do me this favor. I guess. I agree, partially because I'm too tired to argue, and partially because I secretly think it might be nice to have some company. The flip in my stomach that has been annoyingly present for the past several days has returned. It feels like I have a fish flopping around in there. Good. Let's hit the pavement. It's getting late. Blue leads the way to the door. Just as he's about to pull the door open, I put my hand on his arm. Blue, you have to promise no weirdness, okay? Blue looks at me with his half-amused, half-serious smile. It is a kind smile, though, and it makes my insides flood with warmth. Vi, I swear everything will be fine. No weirdness. I nod, and Blue pulls open the door. Night has settled in over the city, and we head out into the darkness towards Blue's apartment. Blue pulls out the keys to his apartment as we make our way up the stairs. I'll apologize in advance. My apartment is a bit messy. That's okay. I'm nervous for some reason. I clasp my hands together in front of me as Blue unlocks the door and pushes it open. I look inside, and my nervousness momentarily disappears. The first thing I notice is the static playing in the background. For a moment, I think my mask is breaking down again, so then I touch him to try and clear away the noise. But then I notice a series of televisions lined up along the walls, all tuned to a dead channel. As Blue steps into the room, he deftly avoids piles of papers and books scattered across the floor. Jesus, Blue, you weren't kidding! Our apartment is small and cluttered. The front door leads straight to a living room just big enough for the line of televisions, a couch, a coffee table, and a few cabinets along the wall. Piles of things sit around the couch, which seems to serve as Blue's main workstation while he's working from home on a case. I told you it was messy. I believe your exact words were a bit messy. This is a construction site. Blue laughs and gestures for me to put my bag and coat down on the couch. Take a closer look at the piles surrounding the couch and see that they are stacks of papers and books haphazardly balanced atop one another. I look over at the televisions, confused. Why do you have all this junk? If you collect these, I'm starting to seriously doubt your sanity.
Oh, these aren't personal effects. They're work.
I sense a shift in his emotions and I look straight at him. What kind of work? Are you a TV repairman on the side? Blue stares back at me, unwavering, before breaking his gaze in slight embarrassment.
It's a personal project. I'm trying to get in touch with the Selenon.
Blue gestures towards one of the seemingly busted TVs.
They all work fine, but the signal I'm looking for isn't on any channel. I haven't had much luck yet, unfortunately.
Alright. I'm taken aback. I know he's telling the truth, and yet the truth seems to stretch beyond the realms of his personality. The Blue I know is not one for conspiracy theories or meticulous work done on hunches. Blue, is there something you're not telling me?
No.
I might be less than perfect at a lot of things, but detecting liars isn't one of them. I know you're hiding something.
Fine, but I'm warning you, it's stupid.
Try me.
A while back, I had a strange dream. I know. But this one get a lot like the feeling I get when I, see something.
You mean, it was a prediction?
Yeah, but I usually predict things a few seconds in advance, and this didn't feel close at all. It was distant.
How could that be possible?
Who knows? Psychics are still a giant enigma. But if I had to guess, I'd say it was an incredibly powerful force to reach me like that.
I'm almost afraid to ask what you saw.
It wasn't much, to be honest. More of a feeling than anything. There was someone calling for help. Calling for me, but I couldn't help them. I just felt so weak.
So that's why you want to talk to the Selenon?
I know. It's a long shot, but maybe if I could figure out exactly what that force was.
Why do I feel like there's more to this than you're willing to tell me?
Look, it's no big deal, Vi. Just some stupid idea I got in my head. Why don't you take a load off?
I sit down heavily on the worn-looking couch, partially out of exhaustion and partially out of shock at this strange revelation. Blue moves into the small kitchen just off the living room. I can see him from where I sit, opening and shutting cabinets. Does he seem nervous too? I'm distracted from that thought as I realize there's another issue I need to take care of.
Would you like a drink?
Yeah, sure. Blue grabs 2 glasses from a kitchen cabinet, then heads over to a small discolored cabinet in one corner of the living room and pulls out a bottle of amber liquid. I grab my bag from next to me and rummage around in it for a minute until I find the clothes I went to the bureau in earlier. I've been wanting to take off this disguise for a while. I start to strip out of my clothing while Blue is busy in the kitchen. Unfortunately, my plans take a nosedive when Blue comes in a little earlier than I expected.
What? Cripes!
He nearly chokes on his drink and comes close to dropping the other glass that is intended for me when he sees me standing there. What?
You're naked.
Blue is turned halfway away from me, but I can also see him sneaking looks out of the corner of his eye.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. I just had no idea you were supposed...
What? No! Blue! I was just changing, not stripping. Blue's shoulders relax and a grin spreads across his face.
You know, there's a bathroom for that.
Oh, shut up. Now, I'm even more eager to put on my uniform. Blue's eyes are making me uncomfortably warm. Then where is it?
Right over there. It's just through the bedroom.
Okay, I'm going to change. Properly. I grab my clothes from the couch and walk quickly through the bedroom to the bathroom. Blue's bedroom is surprisingly tidy, given the state of the rest of the apartment. As I start changing my clothes, I hear Blue laughing in the other room. What are you laughing about? I say it loudly so it travels through the bathroom door and out into the living room. Oh, nothing. Just you. You are adorable. I quickly finish putting my clothes on and go back out into the living room. Adorable? Whatever. Blue laughs. You have a bit of an ego on you, don't you? Yeah, I'm adorable. Whatever. My face grows warmer, and I'm sure I'm blushing. That's not what I meant. I meant that you're being ridiculous. I'm not adorable. I'm just me. Blue looks me straight in the eyes. You're right. Adorable is wrong. I meant beautiful. Beautiful? Yes, beautiful. Oh. I can't think of anything to say, but my insides are going crazy. I feel like my head is going to explode from the rush of emotions that overwhelm me. Blue seems to see what's going on in my mind. He touches my hand lightly, but doesn't make a move to do anything else. Here, your drink. It takes me a moment to find my voice and clear my throat. Thank you. Let's have some dinner, shall we? Yeah. Blue leads the way to a small kitchen, and I stand awkwardly in the doorway as he begins pulling ingredients out of the fridge. Do you like to cook? I usually don't have time. It can be time-consuming, but I love it. There's something very satisfying about working with your hands and using your brain in a different way. Blue is me! Blue is me! I am Blue. Blue is me. I am Blue. Right. I'm still standing stiffly in the doorway. Blue looks over at me and then stops what he's doing. Blue walks over to me, takes my hand, and pulls me further into the kitchen. He touches my cheek lightly, and then places a knife and cutting board on the counter in front of me. You're going to chop the onions. Blue puts an onion in front of me and goes back to what he was doing before. I take another sip of my drink and start chopping. We work quietly at first, but then start chatting about nothing. And before I know it, dinner is ready, and I've been talking easily and actually enjoying myself. We sit down on the couch to start eating. After a few minutes of silence, Blue leans over to the coffee table and lights a candle. That's pretty suave. I'm joking, but Blue looks at me earnestly. I'm not trying to be suave, I'm trying to be sincere. Something catches in my throat, and I momentarily feel like I can't breathe. The moment stretches, and in that instant, none of the things that would keep us apart seem to matter. The Selenon, the rebels, even the Bureau cease to exist in my mind as Blue's eyes look intently into mine. Finally, I break the eye contact. It's too much. I feel overwhelmed by everything, and I look down at my plate, which is still half full. Violet? Yes? Are you okay? Yes, I think so. You know that I really care about you, right? This statement startles me, and I look up at him again. You do? Yes. Nobody's ever told me that before. Well, at least not that I can remember. Well then, it's about time. Blue puts his plate down on the coffee table and reaches across to take mine from my hands to do the same. My emotions go haywire as Blue laces his fingers through mine, putting his other hand beneath my chin. He leans in and touches my lips with his, gently. Then he pulls away slightly and looks at me. Blue. I can't think of anything to say. Instead, I close the distance between us, and this time I kiss him. Blue responds so enthusiastically that it takes my breath away. Before I know it, I'm almost in Blue's lap. As the heat grows between us, my mind is buzzing with a flood of emotions. The little control I had managed to maintain earlier in the evening is demolished as Blue runs his fingers through my hair. It's like a dam breaking, and I feel as though I'm drowning in the sensation. No, I can't. Suddenly it's too much. I pull away from Blue and stand up quickly.
Are you okay, Vi?
I can't get a handle on my thoughts long enough to respond to him. Instead, I run through Blue's bedroom into the bathroom and shut the door. I lean with my back against the door, trying to catch my breath and get a handle on my emotions. After a moment, Blue knocks softly on the door.
Vi? Open the door.
Please. I don't answer.
Please?
The tenderness in his voice makes me feel terrible for running away. I open the door, and Blue is standing there looking concerned. Hey.
Hey.
I can't look at him. Instead, I look down at my feet.
I'm sorry, it just got... There was just too much.
I gesture vaguely to my head and look up at him, hoping that he understands what I mean.
Don't worry. It's okay, Vi.
It's not, though.
Yes, it is. Blue hugs me carefully. I wrap my arms around him hesitantly.
We'll have plenty of time to get to know one another. We have plenty of time.
For this.
Oh, buddy, if you only knew.
He pulls back and gestures between us.
Come on, let's go to bed. It's been a long day.
My eyes grow wide when he says bed, and I start to panic again. Blue laughs gently and kindly as he takes in my expression.
Don't worry, Vi. I meant go to sleep. I'll sleep on the couch, and you can sleep in my bed.
Oh, okay.
Blue goes to his dresser and pulls out a large sweatshirt.
Here, so you have something comfy to wear while you're sleeping.
He hands it to me and starts to leave the room. About halfway across the room, he pauses and turns back. He comes back to me, traces my cheek for a moment, kisses me lightly, and then he is gone, closing the door behind him. I slip on the oversized sweatshirt, and flop down on the bed to try and slow my heartbeat. I lift the sleeve of Blue's sweatshirt to my nose. It smells like him. Cinnamon mixed with something spicier I can't quite name. A strong wave of affection for Blue sweeps over me. I'm worried it might be falling for him. Girl, you get that. You get that, Blue D. I wake up suddenly to the chirp of a bureau transponder. It takes me a moment to remember where I am, and I realize it must be Blue's transponder, which is sitting on the nightstand next to his bed. It's still dark in the room, though. I can tell that the sun is about to come up over the horizon by the vague foggy light hanging around the edges of the curtains. I push the transponder. The signal is the bureau-wide alert to call in all the agents. Something must be going down. I wonder if it has something to do with Sandman. I open the door out onto the living room and cross over to the couch where Blue is sound asleep. One of his arms is thrown over his head. The other rests on his chest, which rises and falls with his breaths. It looks peaceful laying there, and I almost don't want to disturb him. I touch his cheek gently with my fingers, and he moves so that his cheek is pressed against my palm. The movement is so endearing that, without thinking, I kneel down and kiss him gently. His eyes open, and he smiles so widely that he looks like a small child on Christmas.
Why, good morning, Violet.
Good morning, Blue.
I look at him, my face still inches from him. He reaches up and pulls my face back to his. The kiss is deep and warm, and I almost forget why I came out here in the first place until he pulls away.
Not that I'm complaining, because this is lovely, but did you come out for a reason besides waking me up in that delightful way?
I look at him blankly for a moment before I remember the chirping transponder.
Yes, transponders went off. All bureau call.
They just don't want us to have any fun, do they? Blue sits up and touches my cheek, in a way I can only describe as wondrously, before standing up and heading to the bedroom. I hear him go into the bathroom and turn on the shower. I grab my clothes from the bedroom and glance toward the bathroom door, which is slightly ajar. Steam is floating out from the gap underneath the door and from the gap between the door and the doorframe. I hesitate momentarily, but then I remember the earpiece and mic that are hidden in my clothes. I should check in with Sam, especially if the bureau call was about Sandman. I pull my clothes on quickly and sit down on the couch, which is still warm where Blue is sleeping, and put the earpiece in.
Are you there? Violet! Are you there?
I'm here.
Finally! I've been trying to reach you for almost half an hour.
Sorry, I was asleep.
No time for that now. Sandman's on the move.
Yeah, I just got an old call from the bureau. What's going on?
Sandman cracked the missile's security codes earlier than I thought. He's activated the launch preparations.
You think? Or you know? Excuse me.
I know. I just got final confirmation.
So, what does that mean?
It means we have an hour to stop it. Sandman must have the deactivation codes with him. Otherwise, he would have never risked starting the launch. If you can get to him and get the deactivation codes, I can stop the missile launch. You have to hurry.
Got it. Where is he?
In the outer city. I'll guide you once you get into your car.
I'm going to take my partner Blue with me. I might need him.
Do whatever you need to do. Just do it quickly.
Okay.
Let me know when you're in the car. I'm going to keep forging ahead in these security blocks.
I will.
I take the earpiece and mic off and I'm about to go knock on the bathroom door when Blue comes out of the bedroom.
Blue, we need to go.
What's going on?
Sandman has activated the missile launch. We need to get to his hideout and get the deactivation codes before they launch. We have less than an hour.
Is this some kind of a new psychic power you've developed? How do you know all of this?
I promise I'll get you up to date later.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that.
For now, will you trust me?
Of course, Violet. Of course I trust you.
Okay then, come with me. I'm going to need your help.
Wow, this music is louder than I thought. I am probably not all that hearable. Let me go. There we go. That's better. Lead the way.
Can I borrow one of your guns? I lost mine.
You lost it?
Long story, but I have the feeling we're going to need them.
Of course.
Blue pulls one of his extra guns out of a cabinet and hands it to me.
Then he puts his own in his holster. I quickly gather the rest of my things, and we walk swiftly out of the apartment. As I run down the stairs, I put the earpiece and mic back on.
We're on our way.
I fling myself towards the driver's side of the car as soon as we hit the pavement, and Blue rushes to the passenger's side.
Sam, we're in the car. Where are we going?
What? Blue's face and emotions jump in surprise, but I ignore him and instead listen intently as Sam fumbles around for a moment.
You're going to drive south on 3rd, then hang a sharp left when you get to West Main.
Got it.
I pull the car away from the curb with a screech and switch on the siren. I don't think I've ever used it before, but these are extenuating circumstances. If Sam is right, and the countdown has been activated, we have less than an hour to stop it before things get ugly. Violet, care to let me know what the hell is going on?
I already told you. Dr. Alexei, activated the missiles. We have to stop them before they launch.
How do you know this information is reliable?
It's Sam, the rebel I made contact with. He's the only one who knows what Sandman's doing. He's managed to hide himself from the Bureau, at least long enough to enact his plan.
Why does he think you'll be able to stop it? I sigh. I know that I need to tell Blue the truth, or he'll never stop asking and concentrate on the mission.
Okay, Blue. Listen to me. You know how I said my cover was still intact? Well, that was a lie. There was a bit of an accident. I was going to report it, but I realized I wouldn't be able to stop Sandman without his help.
What?
I know.
I didn't mean to keep it from you, it's just... I knew you wouldn't agree.
Violet, how do we know this isn't a trap? Do you trust this guy with your life?
I trust him enough to believe that what he's saying right now is the truth.
Well, if you trust him, I suppose I trust him. After all, you're the mind reader.
Sometimes I forget.
Okay, so what's the plan? Blue pulls out his gun and begins to check its ammo.
We're heading toward Alexei's hideout.
You stopped calling him Sandman.
Yeah, I'm tired of indulging his stupid little nickname.
Blue looks at me and I can sense a rising of emotion in him. You're just... I love you, Violet.
I love Violet, too.
Sharp left!
I nearly crashed the car at the sound of Sam's voice, but I quickly turned onto West Main.
It's 2 blocks, up on your right. It's 2 blocks up, on your right. The abandoned factory. You might want to turn that thing off before you wake up the whole neighborhood.
I do as Sam suggested and turn off the siren.
Of course he's working out of the warehouse. He really does fancy himself a supervillain, doesn't he? More like a misunderstood hero, I think. He has a god complex for sure. Okay, I think I see the building. Yes, I have eyes on you. You're right in front of it.
I stop the car a block after the factory. I quickly get out, and Blue does the same. Suddenly I'm face to face with Blue, and I'm not sure what to say.
Blue,
Don't worry, Vi. We'll talk about it later. Come on, let's go get this guy.
I'm relieved, but at the same time I can feel a small knot in the pit of my stomach. I want to say something to Blue so he knows. So he knows he's not alone in his feelings. I just don't know how.
Okay, let's go.
I curse my cowardice, but then I'm distracted by the warehouse. As we approach the seemingly abandoned building, I can see the outline of light against the boarded-up windows.
We found it all right. Sam, can you tell us anything about the layout? Not much, at least from what I can pull up at the moment. I'm not fully able to fully access their database. What about your senses? Can they pick up anything? They're designed to track larger objects, but maybe if I refine the radius, tweak a few variables. We don't have all day here. Okay, it looks like there are life signs patrolling the perimeter. It must be the defectors who joined Sandman's cell. They'll definitely be armed.
I relay the information to Blue in a quick whisper.
It's quiet. Too quiet. It feels like we're walking into a trap.
I know. Still, I think our best bet would be to split up and search the building. If you start from the basement and work your way up, we can meet on the first floor.
I don't like the idea, but you're probably right. We don't have time to wait for enforcers. If we get into any trouble, signal me on your transponder.
Okay.
We look at one another for a long moment. Then Blue turns and runs around the back of the warehouse. I go towards the side door, hoping to get in unseen. Almost as soon as I get into the building, I hear gunshots coming from the direction Blue should be in. I look out the window and see rebel soldiers running towards him on the plaza outside.
Damn. I didn't think they'd see me so fast. So much for stealth.
Kinda like me playing Deus Ex Human Revolution there, Blue, actually.
We got you now, you damn freak! I'll make this quick.
Boom, boom.
Gah!
Sorry, a bad Wilhelm scream. Blue's gunplay is peerless as always. He shoots quicker than the eye can see, taking down several rebels at once with one trick shot. The rest of the soldiers retreat to the opposite side of the facility. They haven't spotted me yet, and I run back towards the direction I came from so I can start my search. Blue can take care of himself. I run towards a dark staircase, my gun pulled. Luckily, it seems that Blue's firefight has drawn all the rebels toward that side of the building. I hope Blue is okay. I shake the thought out of my head. Of course he is. I focus on the darkness in front of me. At the top of the staircase, I reach a long hallway with doors on either side. One by one, I begin checking the rooms. The first three I check, quietly opening the doors and peering around the doorframe, are empty. The fourth has a table covered in papers. I can't make out what the papers say in the dark, but I have a feeling they are definitely related to Alexi's plans. I'll make a mental note to come back to this room later, if I can. I make my way out of the room and back into the dark hallway. The fifth door is at the very end of the hall. As I approach, I hear an odd whirring sound. I open the door very carefully and stick my gun in, followed by the rest of me, careful to partially shield my body with the door. At first, I can't tell what's going on. It's dark and light in the room at the same time. An almost blinding light, similar to the one that was in the basement of Bolt's Auto, is coming from the wall opposite the door. Silhouetted against it is a human shape. Suddenly, all the lights come on. Blue must have found the fuse box in the basement. The figure who was silhouetted now comes into full view. I hold my gun on him.
Freeze! Bureau Agent! Dr. Alexei, you're under arrest for the use of X-Class unauthorized technology.
He turns around slowly to face me. To my surprise, he looks rather calm considering the gun pointed at his head.
Now, let's not be hasty, Agent Violet.
I'm momentarily thrown off by the quick deduction of my identity, and my eyes widen in surprise. He smiles knowingly, because he can tell he's caught me off guard.
Anyone else with powers like mine would be called the same thing. Your point being?
To keep from prolonging his satisfaction, I quickly set my jaw and look at him unflinchingly in the eyes.
Welcome to my headquarters, Agent Violet. You have quite the reputation for a fairly new agent. That's good. They sent a rising star, but you're still new enough that you might be able to listen to reason. I don't know what your definition of reason is, but I highly doubt it's on your side. Now step away from the control panel. Don't make me have to ask you twice. That just goes to show how little you truly know. I know enough to say that you're about to cause a goddamn apocalypse. Now, I don't intend on doing any such thing. In fact, I'm preventing the apocalypse. What are you talking about? Do you really think I'll buy that? Did you know, Agent Violet, that I very recently was able to crack the code that is the Selenon language? That's impossible.
I've never heard of anyone, except apparently Blue, attempting to translate the Selenon language, let alone having any success at it.
Ah, that caught your attention. Yes, I've been working on it for quite some time, and over a year ago, I finally succeeded. Since then, I've been monitoring their communications using the city's long-range transmission system. After listening for several months, I began to recognize patterns in the way that they were talking about humanity. They kept referring to something called the Arrival. Have you heard of it? No. Why would I have? Your Bureau of Human Protection knows about it, but they haven't seen fit to tell anyone. What is it? Do you ever wonder why the Selenon kept us alive? I've never really thought about it. That's the problem with you Spectric agents. No imagination. They wash all the color right out of you. That's not unimportant. The truth is the only reason we are alive is because of one Selenon. Their leader, the Dark One. What? If you discovered my plans, I'm sure you also know about absolute dominion. A way for one Selenon to take control of the rest. Despite the others' hatred of humanity, the Dark One commanded them to fall back, to spare the lives of the remainder of the human race. Why would he want to do that? I don't quite know for sure. Maybe he was merely curious, or perhaps he wanted to make us suffer. Whatever the case may be, it seems that word got out to the rulers of the entire Selenon race. They are coming to Earth to see for themselves if humanity is truly worthy of preservation. Then that's good news, right? If they say yes, then the Dark One can just keep ruling over us forever. You fool! Do you really think they will side with the Dark One? Have you seen the kinds of atrocities humankind is capable of? No, they will destroy us all! What? Despite his desire to become our god, even the Dark One cannot stop beings that powerful. When the arrival happens, this city will cease to exist! I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary. You can't see them, but they've been traveling for a very long time. They're almost here! That is why I have to act! If we can kill the Dark One, we can buy some time. Time to escape this planet before it is overrun! And why should I trust you? For all I know, this could be a distraction. I admit it. You have no reason to. I could be lying. Zala thought I was. But I know that you are different. Different? I lower my gun the tiniest bit, and a smile begins to spread across Dr. Alexei's face. From the moment I heard about you, I realized you must be... And suddenly, Dr. Alexei lets out an odd gurgling sound, his face contorting in silent horror. What the... I see a dark red stain spreading from the back of his shirt to the front, and as he falls forward, I can see another figure standing directly behind him. You little... Ah! Red! Why? No! A large blade sticks straight through Alexei's chest, one that could only belong to one person. Enough of this garbage! Don't presume to know things you can't understand! What a shame you won't be alive to watch your plans fail miserably. Your time is up! You fool! You'll never stop! Ugh. Alexei drops to the ground, his heart stopped in an instant. Red grins maniacally, covered in his blood. Thanks for distracting him for me! That was far too easy! What exactly do you think you're doing, Agent Violet? Her voice is ice, and I involuntarily shudder. What am I doing? What the hell are you doing? That was an valuable asset and prisoner of the Bureau. You are an incompetent idiot! While you were standing around chatting with your prisoner, he started the countdown on the missiles! What? I rush over to the control that was right behind Dr. Alexei and look at it. It is overwhelming and well beyond my basic level of understanding of tech, but even I can tell that there is a countdown happening on screen. I'm speechless. Was everything he just told me a lie? Was he just playing me for time? Red roughly pushes me out of the way, and I nearly fall over Alexei's prone figure. She begins to type rapidly on the control panel. You're never gonna be a true agent if you don't use force! This wasn't the time for your stupid wishy-washy dilly-dallying! Shut up, Red! I just... Shut your mouth! I'm trying to find the activation codes! I'm silent for a long moment as Red continues working on the control panel. Got him! She works for another moment, then slams her fist against the panel. Ugh! It's too late! I can't get into the system in time! This is gonna come down on your head! Thinking quickly, I speak into my mic, hoping Sam is still reachable. Sam, I've got the deactivation codes. What on earth are you? Just show me the codes! Red points to a series of numbers and letters on the screen. Ready? Yes, go! T60, B4920, then there's a space, followed by 873 V900R. Done! There's a long pause. I'm holding my breath, and I swear that Sam is as well on the other end of the mic. Red stands by, her usual angular of level bubbling just below the surface. The shutdown sequence has been initiated! I breathe a great sigh of relief as Sam lets out an uncharacteristic laugh on the other end. I turn to Red. The missiles are being shut down.
I feel Red's anger lower minutely.
Wait a second. What is it?
His voice sounds panicked.
One of the missiles has failed to respond. What? How is that possible?
Pull the earpiece out of my ear and gesture for Red to listen as well. She moves closer and bends her head toward the earpiece.
It's hundreds of years old. The launch control system must have shorted out. Well, shut it down then. I can't. The only way to disconnect the power is to turn the key and execute a manual abort sequence. How are we supposed to do that? You have to get to the bunker where they're being kept. That's halfway across the city. Give me the coordinates!
Sam tells Red a series of latitude and longitude numbers that I can't make heads or tails of, but she apparently seems to understand.
Violet! You better hope I get there in time.
Without another word, Red disappears.
Violet, you should go too. It's a long shot, but I can't get an exact read on the launch timer. On my way.
I run out of the room, down the hall and down the stairs towards the main warehouse. I'm just starting to think that I should try and grab Blue to bring him, when I collide with him in the doorway to the main warehouse.
Whoa, Violet, what's going on? Did you find Alexei?
Yes, he's dead. Long story, but we have to get to one of the missile bunkers, now.
I continue running without further explanation, and Blue follows right on my heels. I burst out of the warehouse and find that the enforcers have arrived. They're herding a bunch of Alexei's men into APCs. Our car is over a block away. That's too far. I run up to the last armored vehicle, the only one that is yet to load any prisoners.
Enforcer! We need this APC!
I can't authorize transfer of a military vehicle. We're Spectra. We don't need your permission. Now move!
The enforcer moves aside, dumbstruck, and we climb into the van. There's another enforcer in the driver's seat. I slide between him and Blue.
Drive!
The enforcer steps on the gas, and we hurtle out of the warehouse parking lot.
Where are we going, Sam? Head west! West! West, as fast as you can!
The transport is barreling through traffic, and cars are screeching to a halt as the enforcer flips on the siren.
Violet, I've gotten a read on the countdown, and it's...
I look at Blue, panic-stricken.
We're not going to make it, are we?
The engine of the APC roars as we continue to race west across the dome. But if what Sam is reading is true... Just as we reach a large bridge heading down towards downtown, we hear a massive, dull roar. Everything begins to shake from deep underground, as if the city is cracking apart. A trail of white smoke leads upwards, billowing from a rapidly rising dot that shines as brightly as a star. But I have a sinking feeling that it's nothing that innocuous.
Sam, what the hell is that? I didn't... I can't... Damn it! Sam, talk to me here. I'm sorry. Violet, I couldn't do anything. Mom, Dad, please forgive me.
The enforcer screeches the transport van to a halt as the aftershocks continue to rock the bridge.
Sam, I know that this is hard, but you have to tell me what's going on. That missile that was just launched was tracking a Selenon. What? But how can that be? The Selenon live on the dark side of the moon.
If the thunder crackles in your ear, you shout and no one seems to hear, and the band you're in starts playing different tunes, you'll see the Selenon on the dark side of the moon?
No, that isn't entirely true. They also have a small contingent of guards in orbit around the Earth. Sandman launched a missile because he thought the Dark One would be right there at that particular time.
Blue, the Enforcer, and I all watch, stunned, as the missile explodes blindingly in the sky.
Don't tell me. It hit him. According to the beacons, it should have only... The Dark One's signal is still active? What is that supposed to mean? He must have hit the wrong... Sam? Sam?
Before Sam can finish his sentence, a sound like no other I've ever heard rocks the city. It's like a combination of a shriek and a thunderclap. It reverberates through my body, making me feel like I'm going to throw up.
Oh God. Oh God. No.
The link to Sam has become filled with static. Blue grabs my hand. I can sense his fear as well as my own. The sky bursts forth with activity. At first I can't tell what's happening. The sky looks as though it has turned into the roiling sea during a terrible storm. But quickly, I realize that it is the Selenon descending upon us. Each of them descends, parting the air above them as if making a bullet hole through the clouds. Seconds later, a deafening boom follows their arrival in the air above the city. Within moments, the city is aflame. Explosions and the thundering shrieks hold us in our seats, aghast. Somehow, Blue unfreezes and begins shouting. I can't tell what he's saying at first, but gradually realize that he is shouting at the Enforcer to move the transport off the bridge. We run towards the APC, jumping inside as the Enforcer tries to start the engine. I see why when a beam of pure light suddenly cuts across the sky. The Enforcer comes out of his shock and hits the gas, but just as we begin to peel away. Shouting. Spinning. Rubble. Moments pass. I'm not sure how many. I can't hear. I can't see.
Darkness imprisoning me! All that I see! Absolute horror!
Sorry. As my vision clears, I realize that I'm upside down, still trapped into the seat of the transport. My arm is bleeding, but otherwise I only seem to have a few cuts and bruises. I look sideways, and my stomach turns inside out. The driver is obviously dead. His body hangs limp, and as I look a little too closely, I think I see that his head is not being held onto his body by much more than a few ligaments. Horrified, I look the other way. Blue is still breathing, but he's unconscious. I shake him.
Blue! Oh God! Blue!
I unbuckle myself and use my uninjured arm to lower myself onto the roof of the APC. I climb across the Enforcer without looking at him, and bash open the battered metal door with my foot. As I regain my bearings, I realize that the APC must have flipped several times before landing on its roof. I can't believe I'm in one piece, let alone alive. I rush to the other side of the car and carefully unbuckle Blue. I pull him out of the van and drag him a few feet away from the wreckage, shaking him frantically.
Blue! Wake up! Blue! Blue!
Still no response. I have no choice but to leave him there and secure a way out. The air is thick with smoke from the fires throughout the city. It seems like the world is ending, but I know this is only the beginning. Things could get worse. Much worse.
What the?
I have no time to react. Something is coming. The force knocks me off my feet, sending me sliding backwards onto the ground. Fucking hell!
You're... No! Stop!
I try to get to my feet, but I fall to my knees, clutching my head. His presence is overwhelming.
Stop! Please! Stop! I beg you!
My head feels like it's slowly turning into mush. Suddenly, the chaos merges into a single voice. Distorted, yet deep and commanding.
Failed.
The voice comes not from the Selenon's mouth, but rather from inside my own head. I clutch my head tighter and rock slightly. It's too much.
You have failed us.
I don't understand!
You have broken the pact. You must pay the price.
My mind is whirling.
What is he talking about? The pact?
You must be sacrificed.
Anger bursts forth in me. This thing has murdered so many people already. Why should I bow to its wishes?
I stand up, slowly, making my body scream.
No. I will never.
As I stand there, my voice grows stronger.
Why should I have to do what you want? What has the human race done to you to deserve this genocide?
That is not your concern. The word of the Selenon is absolute.
I'm done obeying for no reason. This whole thing was Sandman's fault. I had nothing to do with it.
It is the Bureau's task to ensure obedience.
You know what? Fuck these guys.
I don't give a damn what our task is.
A response befitting a primitive.
The city is burning, and you think I'm gonna bow down to you? I'm supposed to protect humanity.
You are our servant, and nothing more.
I don't work for you.
That is correct. You alone do not serve us. All of Spectra serves us.
Do not mistake our actions as obedience and loyalty. They are self-preservation.
Your motive is irrelevant. This is law as is dictated by the Selenon.
I will never sacrifice myself.
That is not your choice. It is your fate!
No, I can't.
Oh no! Violet's going Super Saiyan!
I must destroy the Selenon. That is my sole purpose. No one will stop me from fulfilling my full mission.
Die! That power is... You dare lay your hands on a god! For your insolence, you will pay dearly!
Stop!
Blue is standing in front of me, placing himself directly between me and the Dark One.
Blue, what just...
My voice barely carries over the distance between us as I sink to my knees. Unbearable pain radiates throughout my body. Violet, stay there. Blue looks up at the pitch-black Selenon. I apologize for my partner's impudent behavior. Take me as your sacrifice.
Blue, what are you saying?
Vi, don't worry about me. Just hurry up and find a medic.
This is some kind of joke, right? You can't honestly... Blue, you don't have to do this. We can still run. Come on, we have to get away before...
Vi, get a hold of yourself. You're supposed to be an agent, remember?
No. Agents are supposed to look out for each other. What you're doing is too selfish.
Humanity always comes first. You should already know that.
Humanity? Who cares about humanity? This isn't right.
I know you care. More than anyone else. That's exactly why you have to live.
I don't deserve this. I'm just a failure of an agent. I couldn't even control my powers.
No. That's not true. When I saw you there, you were beautiful. Not like an Esper, like some kind of an angel. Don't waste your life on something as pointless as this. I'm just a washed-up has-been agent. No one's gonna miss me.
I'll do anything, just don't do this!
Oh, come on. Cheer up. You never know. Maybe we'll meet again sometime, eh? Let's get this over with. I was never one for all that sappy stuff, you know?
So be it.
Blue looks back at me, and we make eye contact for a split second. Ace. Before I can do anything, Blue is gone.
No! 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 Blue!
The Dark One takes off into the air, and immediately the noise that had been steadily coming from the destruction of the city ceases, but for the faint sound of sirens and the drifting odor of brimstone in the distance. I see the rest of the Selenon taking off into the sky, following after him. In a few moments, they are gone.
You murderer! Come back! I'll kill you! Come back! Come back!
I shout nonsense threats after the Dark One, still curled up on the ground, unable to move. Why didn't I stop it? Why couldn't I stop it? The pain in my body is dulled by the storm of emotions in my mind. Confusion and grief fight and stab at one another in a cruel battle, ended only when I can no longer take it. I slip into blackness. Chapter 4. Parting Ways. I'm standing in a small graveyard near the outer city. I hear meteors hitting the dome, and the sounds echo around in my empty head. I feel hollow. Red is standing next to me as the empty casket is ready to be lowered into the ground, and one of the faceless bureau higher-ups makes a brief speech about Blue's loyalty and bravery. It makes me want to throw up. Blue did this for me. He saved my life. He sacrificed himself for me, and yet I don't even know how I survived or why I deserve to be here. I catch sight of my warped reflection in the casket. My face is a mask with no expression. I feel hot and cold at the same time, and I hug my arms tightly against my body. I can't bear this. I can't comprehend it. I should be sad, and I think I am, but mostly right now, I'm livid. Surprisingly, Red just stands there, her usual bravado gone. It's almost as if all the life has been sucked out of her. I don't think even she expected things to turn out this way. As other agents move forward to pay their respects, Red and I both remain still. I don't want this ritual. I don't want to resign myself to Blue's death. I close my eyes, waiting for him to show up, to tell us how he cheated Lady Luck once again, but no matter how long I wait, nothing changes. I would expect to be Red to be bursting at the seams with rage at this moment, but she is strangely calm, as if, just for this moment, she is an entirely different person, some past figment that was thrown away and forgotten. My own emotions overtake me, and I have to breathe deeply and slowly to control myself. The other agents have finished their processional to pay their respects, and I am left standing at Blue's grave with only Red for company. Red jerks her head in a kind of nod towards Blue's coffin and then walks away. I'm here all alone. Just me. Blue. I have to stop for a moment. I let the emotions wash over me, and then I steady myself and face his grave resolutely. I won't waste it. I promise. I don't stay to see the rest of the proceedings. After all, the coffin is empty, and I don't want to believe that Blue's spirit is being laid to rest. Walking away from the grave, I head to my car to return to the bureau. The chief requested my presence, for what I don't know. It had better be to tell me what the plan is for getting even with the Selenon. What would Blue tell me if he were here? I wish I could just hear his voice again. All the way back to the bureau, I replay the last night that Blue and I spent together, and I wish that things had gone differently. I replay the car crash and pulling Blue's unconscious body out of the window. I replay the moment that Blue disintegrated into nothingness before my eyes and there was nothing I could do about it. Why didn't I just give myself to the Selenon? I could have saved Blue if I just weren't so damn stubborn. All I've been able to do since it happened was think about that moment. That moment when Blue turned around and looked at me. The look in his eyes. But as my mind jumps to that moment, I go back to another moment, when I wasn't myself, when the voice in my throat wasn't my own. What on earth happened to me after the Dark One tried to kill me? There's just so much I don't understand. I pull up in front of the bureau and get out of my car. The trip down the chief's office is a blur, and suddenly I'm standing in front of a large oak door. Miss Pierce isn't in the outer office, so I knock several times. Unperturbed, she opens it and gestures for me to come inside.
Agent Violet is here, Chief.
Ah, good. You're here. I wanted to talk to you about your next assignment. As you now have a contact in Zarla's camp, we want you to work that contact and try to gain access to their supply routes coming from outside the city.
I'm going to play this the way it seems that Violet is at this point. I am going to play this with Violet broken.
What does any of that bullshit have to do with Blue? Agent Violet, you're out of line. Control your temper at once.
I don't know if I understand where your anger is coming from, Agent Violet.
It's coming from the fact that the Selenon just murdered my partner and one of the best agents this bureau ever had. What are we going to do to them for what they did to Blue? We won't be doing anything. What?
Miss Pierce is quite right. It is the primary mission of this bureau to protect the existence of the human race, no matter what the cost. Appeasing the Selenon is our #1 priority. It has been, and always will be. And as an agent and psychic, you are expected to follow that mission without question.
I understand our mission, but this is just... Agent Blue perished in the line of duty. He was performing his job as he should have been. While it is a pity that he will no longer be a part of the Bureau, it is not a matter that requires further action.
Miss Violet, I doubt Blue would have wanted us to waste valuable time arguing over a point that's already moot.
Blue did more than his duty. He saved my life. He saved it and he died. All for what? So the Selenon could get their blood? Tell me what this pact that you have with them entails. Right now. You're no better than the Selenon.
The room momentarily falls silent at my outburst. Then Miss Pierce speaks, her voice like a glacier.
You are still new to the Bureau. I would advise you to avoid making any rash statements.
I lower my voice to match Pierce's and make my tone equally as cold as I answer.
Actually, I think this is exactly the time to be making rash statements.
Pierce pauses for a moment, adjusting her glasses. The Chief clears his throat. Violet, I had hoped not to bring this up, but perhaps it is time for you to be told what this pact truly is.
It had better be something that makes Blue's death worthwhile.
You see, the truth is that the Dark One...
He created the Bureau. That can't...
I stumble backwards, my ears ringing from the sudden shock of blood rushing to my head. It can't be.
That monster was behind all of this?
Is it such a surprise? After all, your powers are the same as those as the Selenon. Who do you think gave them to you?
I don't know. I was expecting something else. Anything else.
This Selenon nearly destroyed humanity. The Dark One could have easily obliterated us, but he gave us a chance to redeem ourselves for our past sins.
You're talking about him as if he's a god. He's a murderer! What part of the Selenon's existence ever involved protecting humans?
That is exactly what the rebels want you to believe. But Violet, the truth is that we were the ones who struck first. We brought this upon themselves by deciding to wage war against them.
Somehow I hard to believe that the Selenon were emissaries of peace.
The Selenon are beings beyond our comprehension. To assume anything about them would be foolhardy at best. That is what led us to this point in the first place.
I don't have to assume that the Selenon are evil. The proof is right in front of my eyes!
Believe what you want to believe, but without the Dark One, none of us would be here.
No, without the Dark One, Blue would still be here.
I turn on my heel and walk out of the Chief's office without looking back. She's being unusually forceful. Do you think she's truly in control of her emotions? Given what's happened to her, perhaps she should be given leave.
The worst thing to do when an Esper has lost control is to let them dwell in their own thoughts. They need something to concentrate on other than themselves. Otherwise, they might become dangerously unstable.
But what threat would that pose? She can only read people's minds.
Is that what she told you? I'm not sure you know exactly what an Esper is capable of. Now then, I should return to the reconstruction efforts.
Wait, Pierce, what did you mean? What else can an Esper do?
You shouldn't concern yourself with that. After all, I will never let it happen.
Oh, well, that's a relief, I think.
By the way, I believe you had a meeting scheduled in 5 minutes.
Right, I'd best be going. To the meeting, I mean. Well, we know who's really running the show around here.
This was more tiring than I thought.
I quickly make my way out of headquarters, fuming. I can't believe that the Chief was going to do absolutely nothing about Blue.
He was one of us. He was arguably the best agent. The best man. It hurts so much.
I burst out of the front doors of headquarters and start towards my car.
Jesus, Red, what the hell is wrong with you? Can't you teleport a little further away from the person you're trying to scare to death? Shut up and come with me.
Red grabs my Red grabs my wrist, wow, tongue twister, and pulls me into the alleyway next to headquarters.
Get off me! I shake her grip from my arm and stand staring at her angrily.
Oh, it looks like the newbie's finally grown a pair.
What do you want, Red? I'm not really in the mood for your attitude today. Underneath her usual anger and taunting, I can detect a strain of sincerity. Unusual for someone like Red. Whatever she means to say, it must be serious.
Fine. I'll cut to the chase. Sandman. He may have been a fool, but he was right about one thing. We can become something greater.
Excuse me?
I'm talking about making sure the Selenon are no longer a threat.
That sounds an awful lot like the Resistance to me.
I'm nothing like those imbeciles! They have no plan to save humanity, just false hope and empty idealism. I believe the Selenon can fear us, and I think you know exactly what I mean.
You saw what happened?
It seems my thought about you were wrong. You aren't defenseless after all. In fact, you might have some potential.
Excuse me.
Potential? What are you talking about? I barely escaped with my life. Yes, indeed you did. That's what interests me. No human has ever been able to stand up to the Dark One. Not even the Machina can stand in his way. He is the strongest Selenon Earth has ever seen, and you deflected his attack like a ping-pong ball. I don't claim to know how he did it, nor do I want to know. All I want is to be left in peace. Peace? Peace? Do you even realize the power you possess? With that power, you can make the Selenon bow to your will! Excuse me? You and I, we're two of a kind. We have the potential the others lack. You just don't have the skill to use it. But, if you join me, maybe you won't need someone to defend you anymore.
A sudden shock goes through my body, and I feel my blood running cold. Joining her, would it truly allow me to fight a Selenon? It seems impossible, but I can't deny what happened earlier. I saw it with my own eyes.
I'm not sure what to say. Be surprised on your own time. I need an answer now.
You know what? No! No! I don't trust you any further than I can throw a Selenon.
This plan of yours to stop the Selenon, would it involve any collateral damage?
Maybe.
Who cares? I care! I'm not about to abandon my duty just like that. Understand this, Palooka. I wouldn't even be talking to you if Blue hadn't died. But now, I have my opportunity and a reason to get out, and I'm gonna take it. What are you going to do? You don't need to know that just yet. The Master has decided to grace you with his presence. He will explain once you meet him. Oh no.
The Master! The drum beats! The rhythm of 4! A heartbeat of a Time Lord! Red has a wild look in her eyes that scares me. I want to avenge Blue, but I have a feeling that whatever Red has in mind is way more than that. She is filled with happiness, but something about it is twisted, fueled by her anger and hatred. She's afraid. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Oh my god. Red's become a Sith Lord!
With Father's guidance, you can become unstoppable. Join me, and your journey to the dark side will be complete. Father? Who is this father you're referring to? The one who will grant us the power to oppose. No, control the Selenon. The power of absolute dominion. I think there are other ways of getting things done. I don't think what you did was right with Sandman. Just killing him. He could have been useful to us. Trust me, men like that are never useful. You're better going gay, honey. Him and spineless little creeps like Grange who will sell their measly little skills for even the smell of cash. They will get exactly what's coming to them. A swift death.
Something about the way Red says this, and the violence and elation going through her mind makes me stop.
Red, did you kill Grange? What if I did? That's murder! You're supposed to enforce the law! How can you be so nonchalant about taking another person's life? The mission of the Bureau is to protect humanity at any cost! They wouldn't admit it to the general public, but they need people like me. People who aren't afraid to do what's necessary. You're not going to get away with this. I'm going to report you.
I start to turn back toward headquarters, but Red teleports directly in front of me and pins me to the wall. Honey, I'm not adverse to women, but I don't want you. Bad touch, girl. Bad touch.
Listen closely. I was right outside the door during your meeting with the Chief and Pierce. And believe me when I say that they're not going to listen to you. They don't care what you think, and they aren't going to believe your word against mine.
I'm frozen. Red's face is inches from mine. Personal space! Personal space! Personal fucking space!
So, don't bother trying it.
There's no hint of fear in Red's mind. Just pure belief in her own words. Maybe she's right. That outburst I had in front of the Chief is not going to help my credibility. I make a decision as I stare at Red, and I stand up straighter. I'm going to pass.
Pass? Yes. As in, I'm not interested. This isn't what Blue would have wanted. You really think you know what Blue would have wanted? He died for you. Don't you want to?
Red contorts with anger, though he reins herself in.
Fine then. Do nothing if you want. But mark my words. The Dark One will die by my hand.
Without another word, Red disappears. I involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief as soon as she's gone. The intense anger that was pressing on my mind lessens. I have to do something, but following Red would not have been the right choice. She's off her rocker. I continue to my car and open the driver's door. I get in and rest my head against the steering wheel, breathing slowly. I will find a way to make the Selenon pay for what they did to Blue. It's time for their reign of terror to end, once and for all. Now, I just have to figure out how. I drive home slowly. For the first time in days, I'm aware of the fact that I don't know what I'm doing or where I'm going. I go home because I don't know where else to go. As I enter my small apartment, it seems cavernous and empty. An overwhelming wave of tiredness sweeps across me, the emptiness reflecting exactly how I feel. I sit down on my couch without turning on a light. Suddenly, something buzzes in my ear. I swat at it in alarm and then realize it's the earpiece. I completely forgot I was still wearing it. I pull out the mic out of my pocket and finger it lightly. Maybe I should try to contact Sam, but what are the chances that he will still talk to me now that I'm not used to him? Our alliance is technically over. I put the mic down and stare around the dark apartment. Even though Blue never really spent any time here, it still feels empty without him. How's that possible? I never knew it was possible to miss someone so much so suddenly. I get up and walk toward the kitchen. Maybe I should eat something, though nothing sounds appealing at the moment. Instead, I go to the cabinet and pour myself a drink. Just as I'm about to sit down again, there's a knock at my door. I jump. Who could that be? Hastily picking up my gun from where I left it on my counter, I hug the wall beside the door and open it up a crack. Illuminated in the light streaming from the hallway is an unknown figure. As I'm about to open my mouth to ask what they want, I notice their face in the darkness. It's Zarla.
Aren't you afraid that I'll shoot you? Well, you haven't yet. I must have done something right. I wonder if I can't blow your brains out in the time it takes for you to close the distance. I don't think you want to shoot me, though. It's because I have something you want. Another option. Shut up. Someone like you could never understand. I need you, and you need me. That's just the way it is. Why would I ever join a bunch of deranged criminals? Because of Moonshot. Sounds like you've heard of it before. I've never heard of anything of the sort. Then maybe I should give you the lowdown. When we attacked the Selenon, the chances were slim, but we knew we had to. We had to doom ourselves to extinction? Freedom is the most important thing a living being can have. To live without freedom is to never live at all. I suppose you could say that freedom is the right of all sentient beings. The Selenon's idea of order is obedience to their rules and to their dictation of our fate. Some people might like having the future laid out for them, but I don't. Is that why you rebels are so suicidal? I sure as hell ain't. No. I think we still have a shot at freedom, but first, we need a machina. A machina? Yeah, you heard me. The ultimate weapon. This isn't more of Sandman's guff. This is real. You can see it in the sky every night. Wait. You aren't talking about that hole in the moon? That's exactly what I'm talking about. A machina made that hole. A machina that can stop the Selenon. Lies? That's impossible. I know it exists. Tell me, Violet, if you had a real shot at killing the Dark One, would you take it? You're talking about me like I'm a part of your plan. Let me give it to you straight. Violet, the reason that I wanted you is that we need a pilot. Why ask me and not someone from the Resistance? Only an Esper can use it. Is that why you tried to kidnap me? Because of that insane notion? It doesn't even make any sense. There's only one way to find out for sure. Join us. Are you out of your mind? You think you can just barge in here and expect a bureau agent to help you find the most dangerous piece of technology in existence? I was never one for beating around the bush. I won't lie. I never expected you to see eye to eye. But if there's a chance, I have to take it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Am I right? You should already know what my answer is.
To be continued very shortly. Alright. I'm just gonna continue adjusting some audio here because there have been I had to skip through that there just so that we can get to the post scene. Target locked. Continuing surveillance protocol. New clothing for Violet unlocked. And now we have Zarla, a cloaked figure, and a Selenon on the game screen. But we're going to carry on because we have completed episode 1 again. Starting alignment pragmatic as we begin episode 2. Hostile takeover. Ah, Red. What a pleasant surprise.
My humblest of apologies, Father. I would have returned sooner, but I had some urgent business to attend to.
Do not let it worry you. I can wait. I have all the time in the world.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna back the music down here a bit. The music as of late has been rather loud.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Violet refused your offer.
That is a shame. She has incredible potential. She could rise above her pitiful existence if she so desired it.
Father, did you find something in her past about her past? I looked everywhere, but I couldn't track down any trace.
Perhaps I did. Or perhaps I already knew.
I don't understand. What's so special about her?
Telling you would only distract you from your mission. All you need to know is that you may yet desire to join us on the dark side.
And if she refuses?
Then, my dear Red, you must prove yourself to be her superior. Strike her down with all of your hatred, and your journey to the dark side will be complete. If you allowed her to continue to oppose us, it would be a danger to our plans. There is no telling what she is capable of.
So, she really has been blessed.
Yes. To call her an Esper would betray the magnitude of her abilities. Soon she will discover the true importance of her gift. And if she decides to use that gift against you, it could spell the end of your ascension.
I see. If the need arises, I will not hesitate to kill her.
Be warned. Overconfidence can be fatal.
I can handle it. Now if you'll excuse me.
And Red, one more thing. Be careful. Certain forces have become aware of our association.
Whoever they are, I doubt they would stand a chance against me.
Do not let your ego get the better of you. There are some things in this city that even you do not know. Things that certain people would prefer remain buried. Even predators must avoid becoming prey.
I'll keep that under consideration. Goodbye, Father.
Chapter 5. A Raw Deal. I prefer my deals medium rare, thank you. I was face to face with Zarla, the single most wanted target in the Resistance, someone who's threatened to kill me just the other day. Yet there she was asking me to become a double agent. That woman is either brilliant or mad. I would probably go with the latter. Still, there was something preventing me from saying anything. Some sense of deep-seated dread that, if I refused, through my inaction, something terrible would happen. Sandman's voice kept ringing in my ears over and over again. The arrival. Who exactly was coming to pass judgment, and once they did, would we have any hope of freeing ourselves from their grasp? It could all just be the ramblings of a conspiracy theorist. The Dark One could be the be-all end-all of our alien imprisonment. But Sandman certainly believed what he was saying with all his heart. He may have been a mad scientist, but that he didn't strike me as a fraud. Whatever happens to a criminal, what happens to a criminal with the odds against them? If they had the opportunity to escape, wouldn't they take it?
So Zana, what do you say? Want to join the winning team? You're out of your mind. The Machina don't exist. They're figments of your imagination. That's your reasoning? You're content to be a slave just because you assume they don't exist? I chose to work for the Selenon. I chose to make the best out of this situation. Don't give me that crap. I know you aren't happy with your current situation. You tried to strike back, and you failed. What? How did you... Don't think there weren't witnesses. The Bureau tried to cover it up, but when someone attacks a Selenon, we take notice. That explains where you got the idea to talk to me. When I heard what happened, I knew that, just maybe, you could be reasoned with. You assumed too much. I didn't choose to do that, I just lost control of my powers. I don't think that's the whole story. There's something about you that's special, somehow. If you join us, maybe we can figure out what that is. Moonshot or no, you would be a valuable member of our team. How do I know this isn't some psychological ploy to make me betray the Bureau? I don't have anything to hide. If you want to make sure, then read me. I don't have to read your mind to believe you. I can tell your resolve is real. Damn right it is. Regardless, it's all for nothing. You wouldn't stand a snowball's chance in hell against the Selenon. This is suicide. For the last time, Moonshot does exist. I've devoted my entire life towards finding it. The clues are there, waiting for us. You seem awfully sure of yourself. What I am sure of is that if we don't do something fast, humanity will have nothing left. Nothing left. Excuse me? I already don't have anything left. Just when I thought I had a purpose in life, it was snatched out of my grasp. He wouldn't have wanted me to just wait idly by while this happened. The Selenon can't be allowed to kill more innocent people. I admit that I'm afraid, but I'm even more afraid of doing nothing. I'm in. Oh, and my apologies for the lapse. I'm normally more composed than this. That's a relief. I'd hate to have had to kill you, or be killed by you. Either one of those would have been bad. Now, we can finally get down to business. Speaking of which, what is business exactly? Meet me at these coordinates in the outer city, and I'll explain everything. Just don't think I'm defenseless. If you try anything funny, I'll fight back. Hard. Zarla surreptitiously hands over a crumpled piece of paper with a hastily scrawled address. You can take me at my word. I won't stab you in the back. Do you think I care about your word? What I'm really worried about is whether the Selenon will make you attack us. I still have my free will, if that's what you mean. That's what you think, but I wouldn't be so flippant about an organization that can change people's memories. No, they don't have control over me. They don't. All I know is that there's something definitely fishy going on around here. Just watch your back. I'll be there first thing tomorrow. It's good to hear you're taking the initiative. Oh, and welcome to the team. And that was it. I was now what the Bureau would call corrupt, a lost cause, a traitor to the Selenon. Then again, what did I care what the Selenon thought of me? The only thing I could think of was how much I wanted them dead. After making sure there were no other Resistance members spying on me, and concluding that I couldn't sense anyone nearby, I decided to go to sleep and clear my mind of all errant thoughts. But even while I rested, memories. Memories, like the corners of my mind. Misty watercolor memories of the way we were. Sorry, I had to go Streisand on that.
Selenon in this sector have been eliminated. Firing sequence activated. Targeting Samsara in T-minus 5 seconds.
Ooh, the dark one.
What? How did it not detect you? Something's wrong here. What are you? What are you?
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Buzz, 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 buzz. Damn it, not again. I'd hoped the nightmares I was experiencing would stop plaguing me, but they've only gotten worse. Now it looks like the stress of the Dark One's attack has caused me to start hallucinating. The Dark One just popped into my dream from out of nowhere. I hope they end soon. I don't want to see that monster ever again if I can help it. I already felt empty, but the emptiness has become larger than usual, and added to that are the nervous jitters of agreeing to aid the resistance of all people. All I know is that things can't continue as they are. There's no way I would spend my life working for that thing that killed Blue. I suppose ignorance really is bliss. Getting out of bed, I go through my typical morning routine and prepare to head out. I don't have any business from the Bureau, so I should be fine from now. Climbing into my car parked outside, I prepare to leave the dome. Since leaving involves going through a Bureau checkpoint, I can only assume that the rebels have found secret ways in and out. They could be using the subways. These days, the only place the subways operate within is within the dome, but in ancient times they used to extend much further. The Bureau has blocked off all tunnels leading outside, but there's also a maze of maintenance tunnels. Or the Resistance could have just dug new ones. There's no way of knowing for sure without a complete sweep, but that would strain the Bureau's resources, and what little goodwill they have. I peel away through the streets of Midtown, then the residential district, as I get closer to the dome's immense retaining wall. It looms up on me like a massive fortress. When you're deep inside the dome, it's easy to forget how much it resembles a prison. I pass through the checkpoint without incident after showing my badge. Exiting the dome en route to the outer city, the road immediately becomes more bumpy. I see the steady stream of buses bringing workers into the dome from their far-flung dwellings. As the wall of the dome recedes behind me, I am immediately aware that there is no longer any barrier in the sky. Nothing protecting me from the cruel gaze of the stars, or the falling meteors. I decide to throw myself into the whims of fate and pull out my map from my glove compartment. The address Zarla gave me is moderately far, but it won't take long to reach it. About 5 to 10 minutes tops. Sorry, film noir scene music stuck in my head from Whose Line. I finally bring my car to a stop in a city-looking area. Stepping outside, I make sure my gun is fully loaded. Engaging the theft protection on my car, I watch its metal panels retract over it, forming an impenetrable sheet of armor. Another benefit of getting it direct from the Bureau. None too soon, I see a couple shady figures scouting out the cars down the street. But with one look at my vehicle, they decide to call it quits. Good thing, too. Today, my trigger finger is feeling particularly itchy. Within a few minutes, someone steps out from an alleyway. Zarla doesn't even attempt to hide herself this time, and I realize that I'm on her turf now.
I was wondering if you'd come. Here, take this.
Zarla throws what looks like a potato sack at me. Upon closer inspection, I realize that it is a potato sack. It's made out of heavy burlap and is virtually opaque.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Stick it over your head.
Are you serious?
You're serious, aren't you?
Do you want to see our base or not?
Hurry up and put it on! I pull the sack over my head and everything goes black. The next thing I know, Zarla has begun leading me through the back alleyways. After innumerable twists and turns, she pulls the bottom so I can see the ground. We are standing in front of a large metal hatch, one that looks heavily rusted and ancient. She grabs the handle and it creaks open, revealing an equally old ladder leading downwards. I surmise it's some kind of escape hatch, but for what? I decide to climb down to find out. She could be leading me into a trap, but she could have kidnapped me by now if she wanted to. Surveillance complete. Returning to primary mission. After descending in an unusually long set of ladders, Zarla and I finally hit rock bottom in a musty tunnel. We walk down a ways and climb up onto a platform. To my surprise, the vast room is well lit and partitioned into many sections, like a military base. Its tiled walls and iron pillars mark it as what appears to be a subway station. An ancient smell wafts through it, like grime mixed with rust, the result of an abandonment lasting hundreds of years. I start to wonder what riding a train underneath the city must have felt like. There are no people here anymore, just ghosts. Tents and boxes fill the far side of the station, while members of the resistance run to and fro, planning who knows what. Not a moment too soon, several unfamiliar faces pop their heads out.
Well, well, well. Look what the cat dragged in. I didn't think he had the courage to show up. Now what are you really planning, Agent?
Don't call me Agent. You may refer to me as Miss Violet.
Red, blue, violet, you're all the Selenon's puppets. No matter what Zarla says, there's no way I'm gonna trust you.
Can you stop it? She agreed to come of her own free will.
Free will? When you made a deal with the Selenon, you have no free will. This is obviously a trap.
And so what? She's too important to ignore. Yeah, stop picking on the nice lady.
You two, do you want to get us all killed?
Just give her a chance. It's not nice to judge people based on their hair color. Enough already. You're just making things worse.
Well, Violet, I hope you're ready. This train's already left the station and it isn't slowing down.
And who might you be exactly?
The name's Percy Vale.
Percy Vale. Percy Vale. Percival. I see what you did there.
Yeah. So are you one of the soldiers? Not exactly. You could say that I outrank her.
What? I thought that Zarla was the leader of this cell.
Technically, I'm not a part of Zarla's cell. I'm the commander of Earth.
Did you say commander of Earth? That's an overly optimistic assessment considering there isn't much of an Earth left to command.
This is just a symbolic name now. What I do is a little more mundane than commanding armies. I go between cells, preventing things from collapsing into all-out war and anarchy. I remind people that we all have a common purpose. So really, more of a peacekeeper than a fighter. The job never gets boring, no?
And all of these cells respect you? What sorcery are you using?
It's not a magic trick. The main reason they all recognize me as the commander is my lineage.
Your lineage? I don't follow.
My ancestor was Arthur Vale.
Arthur, the ancestor of Percy Vale. Yes, I see what we're going with here.
I don't know whether or not you've heard of him, but he's a hero to the existence. He was one of the Machina generals. They say that he survived the Selenon War and started the New Moon's resistance to stop the Dark One's tyranny. They call him the father of the resistance. The position of commander was created by the original governments of Earth to lead the fight against the Selenon. It cannot be abdicated for any reason until the Selenon have been defeated. Owing to my lineage, I'm the next in line. I was a ruin diver until my father passed down the armor to me and told me to continue the fight.
What a touching story, but
Your father really should have told you to do something less hazardous to your health.
When Zarla told me she found an agent who was willing to cooperate, I sure as hell wanted to see what was going on.
I wouldn't go that far. This is just a strategic alliance.
Anyway, Zarla staked her reputation on you being trustworthy. Don't make her regret her decision, or I'll make you regret setting foot in this base.
You won't regret it, even if I don't exactly like the idea of allying myself with you.
So, why should I believe you won't turn on us?
The Dark One took something important from me. I've made my decision. The Selenon must be stopped. I know that the Resistance has the right idea, and I think it's possible for you to win.
So revenge, huh? Well, that's as good a reason as any. You certainly don't sound like you're just trying to worm your way into the group. Now that you're up to speed, do you have any other questions?
Yes, actually. Why are you wearing so much armor? Are you paranoid about assassination?
No, it's not about my personal safety. It's more about the safety of the armor. This armor is one of the most valuable weapons the Resistance can get. They're called the Astra. It stands for Anti-Selenon Tactical Resistance Armor.
You can use that to fight the Selenon?
I know, it sounds crazy, and maybe it is a little crazy. I might not be a psychic, but I still have the potential in me. That means I can operate Psytech. It's not quite as good as having a Machina, but if worse comes to worse, I can take out a Selenon or two before I bite the dust.
I have my doubts about how powerful it really is, but I suppose I might change my tune if I see it in action. Hey! You forgot to introduce me, you big lunk! I hadn't noticed the girl standing in the background. She wears a red cross armband, resembling a logo I've seen before in hospitals. She looks rather normal, save for the large sword she's holding. It's longer and thinner than the one Red carries around. I believe it's called a katana, if my memory serves me. But her demeanor looks nothing like that of a warrior. Perhaps it's just a family heirloom.
Oh, right. This is Kaori Ishii, our medic. She isn't exactly very charismatic, so she's easy to overlook. But she still has an important role to play, so we make sure to give her space so she can do her job.
Yep, I make sure everyone is in tip-top shape before shipping out. For a member of an underground criminal group, you're awfully upbeat. Why shouldn't I be? It's better than being sad all the time, right? Oh god, she's one of those. Besides, it's exciting that someone as skilled as you is joining our team. That means we have a better chance to win. Oh, wait a minute, I never said anything about... Oh, by the way, I need to administer a short medical examination before you can really join our secret organization. A medical exam? Why? Don't you think I'm healthy? It's just a precautionary thing. You know, like getting a checkup. Or a colonoscopy. Your hands are getting nowhere near my anus, Kaori. Oh, now I feel so much better. However, I still refuse. I'm quite sure you already need to be fit to be an agent of Spectra. The qualifications are different to join us. We have to test different muscle groups. I couldn't imagine they would be more stringent than the bureaus. Come on, Miss Grumpy Pants. I promise it'll only take a little while. Alright, fine. If it means getting on with things, I'll do what I have to do. God, little Miss Moe. Little Miss Moe just wants to see me with my pants off, I guess.
Huh? I don't recall ordering a medical exam.
Alright, we're here! Is this supposed to be a medical facility? It's awfully dark, and all that black mold doesn't look very sanitary. Nope, this isn't the medical ward. Oh, hey, that's sounding automatic lock closing. It means you're trapped, so don't try to escape. Oh god, you're an assassin. What's the meaning of this? You said this would be safe. Oh, I know. The other Resistance members don't plan on doing anything to you, but I do. You're completely insane. Silence! Silence, purple-haired abomination! I do not recall giving you permission to talk! I'm not purple. It's the job of the medical professional to protect people from things that could be dangerous to their health. What? But you said you were happy that I joined the team, and I didn't detect anything strange about you. I am not a mere amateur. I can hide my emotions from you, or anyone else. What do you want from me? How can I prove that I don't intend to betray you? Your words have not been empty promises. Your true nature remains to be seen. There's something wrong with you, Violet. I do not know what it was, but I intend to find out. Do you really think you can overpower me? You're forgetting that I have a gun, and you're just a teenager. A gun? No! My plans are ruined! Please don't hurt me! I'll do anything! Ha! I truly believe you can harm me. Your ignorance is an endless font of amusement. What do you have up your sleeve? Now, I hope you are ready to admit the truth, because if you do not, you will face my wrath. What is that sticking out of you?
Oh God. Not only is she Moe, she's a kitsune!
So you can see the manifestation of my abilities. I'm impressed. That's your ability? To sprout tails at will? They're not tails, they're arcs of pure energy, created by my overwhelming power. It just happened to resemble tails. Then what about the... Silence! Witness my power! Indigo!
Another agent is Spectra.
Are you a blue wavelength psychic? No, that's something else. I wield the sacred wavelength of Indigo, by the means by which the lunar beasts regenerate from their most grievous wounds. What? An Indigo psychic possesses healing abilities so great that they are effectively immortal.
So... Wait a minute. Your Indigo tribe. Does that mean that you have the power of compassion? Because you sure are not acting very compassionate.
The Bureau feared our power and banned us from the city entirely. Our lifespans were too great, the knowledge we could amass too inconvenient. But there is no rule against the psychic being a part of the resistance. Healing abilities? Those are the supposed impressive powers? Oh, there's more. I can also read the side waves of other psychics, to a detailed extent. But you! A foul aura emanates from your presence. You call yourself an Esper, but you are abnormal. There hasn't been an Esper in the city for hundreds of years. How do you know what a typical Esper looks like? I do not, but I do know what a demon looks like, and she is standing right in front of me! My special ability, Psi Channeling, shall reveal all!
Kaori starts chanting in a rhythmic voice while holding her hand up. Her lack doesn't faze me. So, I don't remember the hand sound. So, let me see if I can remember this, Sailor Marshall. Rin, Pyu, To, Sha. I don't remember it all. I know it ends in Retz Zai Zan. Huh. Try it as many times as you want. You won't find anything. I'm an Esper, and that's all there is to it. Awaken.
Awaken. You. Ow.
What's happening to me? This is harder than I thought. Just definitely hide something if I can just get a little more time. The pain is unbearable. Just give up already, you useless agent. No, can't allow this.
Use. Gift. Use. Psy-break.
Stop. Stop it. Now! Stop!
Do.
1,000 curses! I must escape!
Capture her alive, you all hear me? Otherwise Kira will have our heads! There she is!
No! I must find somewhere to hide! Wait, is that someone from the Resistance? To my medical training, I could probably cure her ailments. But what am I standing has no business consorting with pageants. My head feels like someone hit it with a brick. No. What's happening to me? I have no choice. If I don't do something, they'll capture me. Hi. Would you like some help? I'm bleeding out. The enforcers got me. Stay with me. I'll stabilize you. Thank you. You're pretty good. What's someone like you doing around here? The enforcers captured my father. I was the only one who could escape. What? From another rebel cell, huh? Those bastards. What do you say you join us and get revenge? That sounds scary, but I do have nowhere else to go. Don't worry. You'll be safe with us.
Moon TV. All lunacy, all the time.
What's the matter, Fiend? Showing your true colors? I knew you were I wonder, Kaori, how exactly did you join Zala's cell in the first place? What? They let me in due to my healing skill, of course! They said Kira, as in Kira Hakujo. The Bureau has quite a few files on him. He's a high-ranking Yakuza officer. Who's they? Where did you obtain that information? Is Kira your father? No, Wait. Was he the one who made you into a psychic? It looks like you ran into some problems. Problems like tremendous pain whenever you use your powers. You must have botched the process, and then you ran away. You joined Zala's cell entirely by chance. They have no idea about the powers you possess. Silence! You know nothing, witch! I wonder what would happen if I went to the Resistance and told them you were a runaway Yakuza. Impossible! Esper's can't just read minds! I'm not sure what I just did. I used to be able to read emotions, but this was different. It's like looking at a telescreen program of someone's memories. This power, it could be the ultimate weapon in an interrogation, assuming I can find the right time to use it. Starting now, Violet will be able to use Psybreak in interrogations. Using it will allow Violet to see into a witness's memories and extract a piece of evidence, but it can only be used once per interrogation. Using it when there is no reason to will dredge up irrelevant memories and seriously damage Violet's concentration. Fine! You caught me! I'm Kami, heir to the Hakujo clan! Remember that name well, for it shall be your undoing! Kami, huh? You certainly know how to hide your true self. But of course, when they saw my legendary beauty, they might start catering to my every whim instead of tending to the proper affairs. Beauty. But you look the same as before. Hey, what's going on in there? Curses! We shall finish this another time, purple demon. Is this thing locked? Let me get this open. Hi, Zarla! Kaori and Violet? What were you doing in the old machine room? Are you already done with the exam? Think of something or divine punishment will fall before you. Kaori was just showing me her tails. Tails? What do you mean, tails? Kaori slowly moves her hand toward her katana. I meant tales! She was telling me tales about your adventures. Hi, Rom Cowboy. It's episode 2 of Selenon Rising. I finally made it. I had to replay the entirety of episode 1, but I'm there. And I'm doing crappy voice acting theater because I'm silly. Well, here's hoping you get feeling better, Rom. Alright. Leave it to Cowrie to get overexcited about things. I'm surprised she got so chummy with an agent so quickly. Yes, you know her. She definitely makes friends easily. Fine, whatever. I don't care, but Percy is asking for you.
So, about the next time we meet, I was thinking there's something we could collaborate on.
Beep, beep, beep. Something's ringing? Oh, that's my transponder watch. Hold on. Beep, 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 beep.
Yes, Zordon, I read you.
Violet. Pierce, is that you? You are quite correct. I've been trying to get a hold of you, but it seems there was no signal. You aren't outside the dome, are you? Of course not. I guess my watch must be running low on batteries. Violet, your watch has a quaternary superconducting tritium-ion battery. It does? Then it must be... damaged? I have no interest in what you are doing, but you should go to Lane Enterprises right away. Lane Enterprises? You mean the company Lynn Grange works for? Yes, it appears Miss Grange has gotten herself accused of murdering a top executive, and none other than the CEO, Wilson Lane, was a witness to it.
In case you're wondering what kind of game this is a visual novel type story. No sexiness in it, which I honestly quite prefer. But it does have a little bit of investigative elements in it, kind of like Phoenix Wright. And it's kind of sci-fi film noir.
That can't be. She wouldn't. Her thoughts weren't. There is no conclusive proof yet, but I thought your powers would be useful.
Yeah. If you may ask, what's with Major Kusanagi? All right. Quote-unquote Major Kusanagi. That's Violet from my XCOM 2 Let's Plays. Violet from the character that I created for XCOM 2. This is the game that she comes from. Selenon Rising. That's episodic game, kind of in the vein visual novel type game. The samurai medic. Well, apparently she's a psychic as well of the indigo wavelength. Not very compassionate though, unlike most indigo people. The dude with power armor is the commander of Earth and basically the leader of a resistance against an alien form, against an alien life form that looks basically like dragonfly people called the Selenon. And this asshole, Miss Pierce, works for the bureau that we're a detective for, that we're a Spectra agent for. Also, this girl is Zarla. I like her. She's feisty. She's also one of the leaders of the Resistance, which is why she's feisty. I'll be there right away. I couldn't help but overhear. Grange, was it? The one who helped Sandman. I don't need your help. It's not as if you'd mind if Lane was working for you. We're rebels, but we ain't terrorists. Innocent people is not on the agenda. If this was a work of another cell, we need you to help stop them. And why would that be? We know the Bureau Chief is planning some kind of crackdown. If another cell gets out of control, they could speed up the preparations. It's been hundreds of years, but we're so close we can taste it. There may be only one chance at this, so I have every reason to be concerned. Yeah, what they're trying to do is they're trying to gather every bit of technology that remains on the extremely devastated Earth to try and destroy the Selenon and regain freedom for humanity. The Bureau's job is to make sure that humanity stays alive by shutting these people the fuck down. Find them. I'll get in contact with Sam. Maybe he can help me sort out this mess. Oh, and Sam is a little kid who, he's kind of our mission control for the Resistance. I need to take like a brief moment because I've been drinking nothing but tea for a few hours. So I got to take care of business really quick. Be right back. Getting old. Alright. Yeah, there are a lot of weird ones out there. This is actually one of the visual novels that I've come across that actually doesn't play up a lot of the stupid tropes. I picked this one simply because of its unique idea of being sci-fi noir. Yeah, there hasn't been like really much in the way of cheesecake on this. The story's been actually pretty good. There's some misspelling here and there, but I read over them. And I actually started playing this game like last year. I just returned to it this year because the second episode came out.
Damn it and blast. So much paperwork. Why is there so much paperwork? Form 513A seems like it's doable before my lunch break.
Human.
What? Who's there? I'm busy. Talk to my secretary and have her write you down on my schedule.
Human.
Wait. No. That voice. It can't be. The Dark One. Here? Speaking to me. I'm not ready. Don't I have to make the proper preparations?
It does not matter. I see you in all times, in all places.
Oh. Well, that's comforting. Comforting.
Even in an alien-controlled dystopia, there's always paperwork. Exactly! Bureaucracy! Much like the cockroach. Yeah. Much like the cockroach, bureaucracy will survive the apocalypse. Also, yeah, I noted that, I realized that too. Yeah, it does, the way that I do that, it does sound an awful lot like the Entity.
Human.
Even though the car is not involved, it's the Entity.
Oh my. Those recent episodes of Top the Fourth Wall, though. Oh my. Oh my.
The new moon resistance has been disrupted, hunted down, and yet they grow stronger.
Hang on. I'm going to do this a little bit differently so you can see how it is that I'm acting this.
Do you know the cause of this paradox?
No, I can't say that I do.
It is because they have become emboldened. Something is giving them hope. Something that cannot be allowed. They should be writhing in the throes of despair. I am giving you a warning. Stop this, or I will need to take action myself.
But, Your Highness, don't you think at least have some idea what's causing this?
I have my suspicions. They are not for you to know.
Well then, I will put all this paperwork aside for now and put the Bureau on high alert.
A wise decision. I will remove myself from your mind.
Some guy in a DeLorean managed to sleep with his grandma who was himself at a different point in time. That caused a paradox. Wait a second. I haven't spoken to you very often before. I have a small question for you.
Continue.
I know that you require a sacrifice if a human psychic fails a critical mission. After all, we cannot have incompetent psychics for using such special power. That is what you yourself told us. So then, why? Why would you agree to substitute Blue's life for such a rookie agent?
Human. You certainly are clever. Too clever for your own good. That is why you lead the Bureau. But you still know very little of the truth.
Oh, really? Because if I didn't know any better, I'd say you choked up. What's the matter? Does the all-powerful ruler actually feel sympathy?
Fool! If I had such an emotion, I would have felt something as I wiped out your feeble race.
Ah! What did I do? I accidentally rewinded time!
No, it is not about emotion at all. I had to do it. I had no other choice.
You had to? I don't understand. Is that some kind of Selenon law?
Call it whatever you like. That is all the information you will receive on the subject. I would have obliterated that impudent woman regardless. But with every psychic lost, the Bureau grows weaker. I have little time to deal in human affairs. I cannot have the Resistance interfering with the coming judgment.
Yeah, I see what you did there, actually. That was Back to the Future, Futurama, and Doctor Who. You mean the arrival of the Trinity? The Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost?
Yes. The day when the fate of your species will be decided. They know not what is best for them. But I am sure that you do.
Why, yes, of course. We will prove that humanity is deserving of a place in the cosmos.
I feel little towards your kind. If you cannot control yourselves, then I will not do it for you. So beware. This is Violet's last chance to redeem herself, or she will find herself meeting the same fate as her former partner.
Of course, Almighty Ruler. I will make sure that doesn't happen.
And one more thing. My condolences for your vase.
What? What's wrong with... Ugh! Blast. My shoelace was untied. I wouldn't have tripped if I had moved to check it. That was a pre-war antique.
Okay. So, now that that's done, and I can I can stop leaning into my microphone for effect, I'm just going to set that back down in front of me right now. Now I can't really see the screen all that well, but oh well. Now I can't read, so I have to... Give me a second while I move that back into its usual place. Sorry, I was having to do that for effect. Because it's either that or lean over where you can't see my face. Yeah. So Nyarlathotep was fucking with the Bureau commander there. The Resistance is hiring a road agent who was in another life when another life was a member of the Resistance to stop another self from fucking things up. Well, that's fairly accurate. But yeah, with the we actually don't really know Violet's history, mostly because she doesn't know her history. But we do have Moe Samurai Girl to help us out with that, so. When I pull up into the scene in my car, there's quite the enforcer presence on the ground. The building is now cordoned off, but I can see them coming in and out. It's an ostentatious-looking tower, fronted by white marble and conspicuously displayed Lane Enterprises logo in brass lettering. It's definitely one of the tallest buildings around, that's for sure. If that's supposed to be this building right here, it is most definitely not one of the tallest buildings around. The image is lying. Sam, do you read? Loud and clear. Sorry about the holdup. I actually do have to fix cars sometimes, otherwise it isn't much of a front. Is that so? You're a boy of many talents. I get that a lot. People from the Resistance call me a godsend, or a genius. They expect me to figure out how to kill the Selenon. But I don't think of it that way. It feels like the more I find out about technology, the less I realize I know. Well, as I often say in my other job, the path to knowledge begins in realizing one's own ignorance. I'm not surprised. Even within the Bureau, there's a lot that's been sealed away, for our own protection. It's just not right. What? The fact that we need to be protected? No. The fact that Bureau thinks protection means taking away everything, even things that can save people's lives. Machines to save our lives. Machines dehumanize. Sorry, Sticks moment there. People will always find a way to abuse what they've been given, and then use it to do something stupid, like attack the Selenon. Yeah, I've always been a proponent that technology is amoral. People can be more or less. So Violet has amnesia. 50 says Nyarlathotep took her from some other place where you could fuck him over and is now using her for his own gain. Well, I mean, she has been having flashes back to what looks to be the original war against the Selenon. Have you ever heard of the Sector 12 event? You mean that massive meteor explosion 4 years ago? I think everyone heard about that. Well, me and my parents were right in the middle of it. We were hit by the shockwave from the blast. It leveled our house and killed both of them. The only reason I survived was I was in the cellar getting more rations. I was buried alive. I got rescued after several hours, but some part of me died there too. My childhood. I'm not sure what to say. Now, do you think that's right? Telling us not to build another dome for our own protection? If we really had protection, then they... Sorry, I kind of went off the rails there. Oh, poor baby. Pat, pat, pat. Sam, you're adorable. No, it's fine. I understand how you feel. I never entirely liked the idea either. I destroy technology because I have to, not because I want to. That's Selenon, the Dark One. I despise him. You know what he did to me. You know how much I want to see him dead. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen that story, but yeah, I may look it up on my own time, but yeah. By the way, to catch you up, Rom, what happened was because one of the other rebel cells that broke off from the one that we're working with sent a missile up into space, hoping to kill the Dark One and then see if he can control the rest of the Selenon. That asshole got shanked by the other asshole, one of my co-workers, Red. But the missile still went up and contacted a Selenon, not even leaving a dent. And so the Selenon got pissed off and tried to, rain fire and death on the city until one of us sacrificed ourselves in order to get him to calm the fuck down. Violet, kind of turned Super Saiyan a little bit and was fighting against him, but then Blue, who she was in love with, her partner, sacrificed himself for Violet's sake. Thus, Violet is out for blood. Or whatever the Selenon have that passes for blood.
Yes, maybe I'm being too harsh. You and Spectre have your own way of seeing a resolution to this whole thing. The Resistance is too quick to distrust people who would become their allies. They become paranoid over the centuries. Oh, by the way, is that car a Photon 500? You can see that? No, I just heard the engine noise. Sounds like a V8. It's a bulletproof model, standard issue to all agents. I'd sure like to take one of those for a joyride. Are you even old enough to have a driver's license? Maybe? Alright, enough talking. I have to get over there before they arrest Lynn.
The lobby of the building is strangely calm considering the circumstances. The secretary looks at me, nonplussed, and most likely tired from all the enforcers filing in and out.
You're here for the murder investigation, right? Floor 63. Is everyone still there? Well, I didn't see anyone walking out. You'd better hurry, though.
She points to an elevator bank against the back wall, and I walk over and press the button. The bell chimes as the door opens, and I step inside the wood-paneled box. It climbs to 63 stories in silence, with only piped-in elevator music as company. The girl from Ipanema goes walking. Sorry, call back to my Mass Effect Let's Play there. When the door opens, I emerge into a hallway that smells vaguely of coffee vapors. A commotion seems to surround one room further up. As I walk closer, I can see that the room itself is clearly not made to accommodate rank-and-file workers. A large boardroom with a long wooden table accompanying its central position. Its glass windows give it an amazing view of the dome. Stepping inside, two people stand out. One of them I already recognize, a blonde girl in a maid's uniform. The other is a tall, well-coiffed man wearing a suit and tie. Yeah, so some asshole tried to nuke an elder god, and that failed miserably, causing Violet's lover to sacrifice himself to go power left. Yeah, that was the rage boost that broke the dam to make her go Super Saiyan. Although she doesn't remember it and she can't control it, so actually it's more accurate to call it Super Saiyan Berserk. See, that's a joke I couldn't have made last year. He is staring, annoyed, at one of the enforcers sweeping the area for prints. Excuse me, but I have things to do. You can't keep monopolizing my office in this manner. We've already had enough chaos with the Selenon attack.
I'm sorry, sir, but we haven't finished our investigation.
Quite frankly, I'm not sure what's left to discover. I saw her fire the gun, and you have a direct confession.
I really did kill him. I'm a murderer. Excuse me, miss, but you are interfering with enforcer business. I told you to wait over there. Pardon me, but you're Mr. Lane, correct?
I thought I told you ineffectual investigators not to bother me!
With all due respect, I'm not a detective. My name is Agent Violet from Spectra.
Spectra? A psychic? Get away!
Calm down, sir. I'm not going to harm you.
How am I supposed to stay calm? You people, you're just like the Selenon. You'd explode my brain into slightest thought. Oh great, this guy's watched scanners too many times.
I don't know where you heard about that, but I don't have that sort of power. I'm an Esper.
An Esper? What's that?
I can read emotions, sir.
Emotions? That makes me feel a little better, I suppose. As long as you can't read minds. Yeah. Did she just admit to committing a homicide and the cop told her to just sit down? Her boss just got gunned down. Girl is in a state. I do not trust her if she says that she killed the guy. She could be freaking out. God knows if my boss was gunned down, I'd be freaking out too. Especially if the boss in question was me and I was watching myself as a... Never mind.
No, I can't do something like that. At least I shouldn't be able to.
So, what would make them think that this was important enough to send someone like you?
The assassination of a high-ranking executive is enough to make certain people a bit... concerned.
Don't look at me! That Lynn girl, she's working for the Resistance! She's the one you want! She's the one that I want! Do-ba-ba-do-ba-da! Ooh-hoo-hoo!
I don't like jumping to conclusions.
That's where she could be go Akira and turn him into a pile of meat and metal. Canada! Tetsuo! But it's true. I had my suspicions from the start.
You did?
Also, if you see your death, it might be your time clone who's doomed anyway. You're right. You're right about that, Ron. Because after all, same matter cannot occupy same space. Yes, she was too skilled, too efficient for a mere maid. She must have had some kind of training. Combat training. So you're telling me she's a combat maid? Well, I mean, wouldn't be the first one in fiction.
Or she could, but she'd just be very good at her job.
Don't give me that look. She was the trigger man, trigger woman, what pronouns do you use again? My apologies if that joke sounded transphobic. That was not the intent.
Maybe you should give me the rundown. Who exactly was killed in this assault?
His name was Ferenc Rossi. He was one of my company's most venerable employees.
And what was his area of expertise?
He was the head of marketing division. You see, Lane Enterprises specializes in fine jewelry.
You mean diamond rings and the like?
Yes, we pride ourselves on being some of the finest diamond makers around, and we'll sell them all factory direct to you for low prices, because that's how we roll. Never mind the amount of people that died in order to get these diamonds, just buy them from us, because they're cheap.
Diamond makers? Don't you have to mine diamonds?
Have you not heard of synthetic diamonds?
They are an actual thing, Violet.
Not only in the sci-fi universe,
but in this one.
Mining diamonds? I wanted to hear something that absurd. Yeah. He just got capped so hard the bullet hell was on above the blood. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that. I see what you're talking about. Bullet hole, blood spatter. Bullet hole, blood spatter. Blood spatter, bullet hole. One of these things is not like the others. Someone had to... The only way that that's possible is if someone was shooting like up from an upward angle. Which I suppose could mean he went, you know... Mining diamonds? Where did you hear something like that absurd? No, we use special gem forces to subject them to extremely high heat and pressure. Under pressure! Ba-ba-dum-bum. Ba-dum-bum, ba-ba-dum-bum.
Sniper trick shot. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. That joke's on you, Rom. No, no, no. Just because this is a sci-fi universe does not mean we are completely shattering the laws of physics. Well, I guess you're right. I don't know what came over me there.
Pressure turns disgusting carbon into a beautiful diamond.
Hey now! Hey now. We are all made of carbon. If you're insulting carbon, you are insulting life itself. Fuck you, sir.
I like to apply the same philosophy to my employees. Only under extreme pressure can you truly develop as an individual.
Under extreme pressure, they can only truly develop as individuals, or they could end up shooting themselves. Mr. Lane. Mr. Lane. Did you ever stop to think that it might not be a good idea to drive your employees to suicide? Did you ever stop to think that maybe there might be some people amongst your company who might not want to, live under pressure, who are not built to handle pressure, who prefer to work around as much stress as possible to try and minimize that stress? I'm not just speaking from experience here, I'm speaking as a concerned human being. You're an asshole, sir. That sounds like working here is a real rip-roaring time. Kinda like working at Kmart. Wait, how do I even know what a Kmart is?
Anyway, in this line of work, marketing is important. There's a limited pool of customers, and a good campaign can make or break a product. We thought about doing, diamonds are eternal, but that sounds a little derivative.
Then what possible motive could the Resistance have for killing him? And why not you?
J.K. Simmons is awesome.
I don't want to brag, but I have a certain effect around people that makes them drop their guard. My employees have taken to call it the reality distortion field.
Okay, hold the fuck on a second. Reality distortion field. Where have I heard that before? Oh, right! It was often used in reference to the late Steve Jobs. Are you the post-apocalyptic Steve Jobs? Or do you think you're the post-apocalyptic Steve Jobs? Because there have been a lot of things said about Steve Jobs. I'm pretty sure drives his employees to suicide is not one of them.
Is that some new type of psychic power?
No, it's simply my natural charisma. Unfortunately, while Mr. Rossi was very rich, he was also very boring. It's no surprise he would be the first target.
Oh god, the more I hear this guy, the less I like him. And I
think I know what you mean by distorting reality.
It's really a shame he had to die right now.
It's a shame he had to die, my dear. No one's getting out of here alive.
There I go, breaking in the song again.
His next campaign was going to be brilliant. Persona protagonists call that they were calling bullshit. His next campaign was going to be brilliant. We're recycling moon rocks into diamonds.
Let me try and imagine the ad campaign for this. Lane's Moonrock Diamonds. You're a lunatic if you buy them. Somehow I don't think that works very well.
Give her the gift that shines as brightly as the moon. Not only is it romantic, but it's eco-friendly. People are going to be buying them in droves.
Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I hate jewelers.
More like shameful profiteering. What about the people without the dome protecting them, you bast... Yeah, yes, it sounds very nice. You're at a 10. You're at a 10, Sam. I'd like you to bring it down to 2.
We would have been rich beyond our wildest dreams. Alas, now only I am going to be rich beyond my wildest dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the 1%.
Violet, is that really you? Oh, Lynn, you've calmed down? You have to help me. They're going to take me away. Tell me the truth, Lynn. Did you do it? Did you kill Mr. Rossi?
Wait, aren't...
Yeah, I mean, they said they had forges that can, compress rocks down into gems there, but yeah, I mean, certain types of minerals, even in their crystalline form, you can't handle without gloves. Because they contain trace elements that don't play all that well with human biology. I'm not really sure. I don't remember having a gun, at least, but then I had it, and I shot him. Why can't witnesses give me clear statements for once? Violet, I'm still not convinced that this girl is the killer. I can smell something fishy, and I'm not even in the room. I suppose the only way to know for sure, is to do some investigation.
Phoenix Wright mode, activate!
We don't need to know the motive right now. But what we do need to do is prove Lynn innocent.
In a 2-part investigation, you will have 2 screens to switch between for investigating. You can press the arrow on the screen to swap back and forth between positions. Alright. So let's take a look. You scream that you shot him. Even if you didn't kill him, you're still going to the station for a statement. True. True. Alright. Trying to look for things that are outlined here. More things will come up and be outlined as we click on them. What's this metal box over here?
That is what's known as an emergency escape switch.
Escape? Does it open a trap door somewhere?
Perhaps I should explain in more detail. You see, the window washing platforms in this building were built with a unique safety feature. In order to alleviate overcrowding in the event of a disaster situation, like, say, the Selenon attack, a person can open the box and use the lever inside to call a platform to their level. Then they just leap through the window, jump onto the platform, and write it down to safety.
I see. Interesting. Excuse me, Enforcer. Has this switch ever been used? Not as far as we can tell. We tested for prints just in case. Just how easy is it to take the glass off the window, Mr. Lane?
Well, if one wanted to exit, they would have to break the window. The glass is far too heavy to move. I was this close to smashing one myself in the last attack, but then the Selenon just left for some reason. There's one hovering right outside my office. I needed a change of pants after that.
Yeah, a window escape, so... Murderer or... Yeah, you're right. That's very much the case. Also, it should be noted that we ultimately found out that the last murder we investigated was done by Red, our comrade, who just is an all-around murderous little fuck. I would not be surprised if that ended up being the case here as well.
Hey, wait, what are you doing? Pulling the lever, obviously. I wanted to see which platform it calls.
Fine then, be my guest.
Be our guest, be our guest. A painted screen. I assume this is where you show slides from that projector.
Yes, it's a stock standard piece of equipment. Nothing strange about that.
Were you in the middle of your presentation when this all went down?
Indeed. Everyone was so distracted by my thrilling presentation, we didn't even notice Lynn take out the gun. Well, I'm just going to go out on a limb here. Regardless of who killed Mr. Rossi, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that he had it coming. He had it coming.
Come on, you know the Chicago reference was coming sooner or later.
He only had himself to blame.
But if you were standing in front of the room talking to the others, weren't you facing the direction that she came in?
Yes, well, I may have memorized the wrong presentation the day before.
Then you were just reading off the slides the entire time?
It was an honest mistake.
But not for the CEO of a company.
You're a liar, liar, pants on fire, liar.
I see. So the platform arrives on the other side of the boardroom.
What is that supposed to prove?
It means that if the platform came up and everyone was staring up front, they wouldn't have noticed.
But the sound of the machinery makes a racket.
Not if it was controlled from the panel on the platform itself. That way it could have come up very slowly.
Yes, but even if it did, there's no evidence that someone came in from the outside, and no bullet holes nearby.
I know, but it could still be important. I'm adding it to the evidence.
Window washing platform added to our evidence. Alright. Briefcase.
What's this? A briefcase?
That belonged to Mr. Rossi. Someone flung it aside when we tried to save him, but to no avail. Yeah. Is there someone who was quote-unquote cleaning the windows? Exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah. Someone flung it aside when we tried to save him, but to no avail.
What, pray tell, would be inside?
Various work papers, but I'm gonna have to ask you not to look.
Why is that?
There are company secrets in there. If they got into the hands of our competitors, we'd have a problem.
I'm a fucking agent of the law. Like, I'm gonna sell that to your competitors. What do you take me for, a corrupt cop? Who's to say the bullet went from the inside?
I guess.
Mr. Lane, this could be important evidence in the murder. I don't have time for your paranoia.
Wait, what are you doing?
Can one of you enforcers break the lock on this briefcase? I invoke Spectra Protocol 11B.
Certainly, ma'am.
The miniature pulls out a miniature crowbar and inserts it between the halves of the briefcase, prying it open. Boop!
Crack!
What have we here?
See? Those are all just business documents. Nothing out of the ordinary.
You're right. Only
what?
Is this a poem? I pulled out a scrap of paper from the briefcase that looks like it was hastily typed in a typewriter. I want to know more about you. I want to see what you've seen, know who you've known.
Yeah, truly, we are working with terrorists, but we're ethical terrorists, okay? We're ethical terrorists.
Know of a time when we still had hope, however slim. If only those shards, those memories, could be regained. Given time enough, our minds all shatter. Some break like porcelain, others watch the cracks grow daily. A fine vase, whether crafted from glass or china, is still equally as beautiful. I can only hope I will be there to pick you up.
Well, Ferenz always did have a flair for the artistic. He's always writing this and sketching that. It doesn't surprise me that he'd have a poem in there. He's a sensitive soul, though he seems thick-skinned. But it hurts when his friends never stood downwind. Why did I go to Lion King all of a sudden?
True, it doesn't seem very relevant either. Still, it does strike me as odd. Scattered papers. Could those be relevant?
Get away! Those are trade secrets!
What? These? They just have scattered doodles on them.
Those aren't doodles. They're logo designs.
These logos are awfully abstract. Are you sure that they mean something?
Of course they do. Our designs are the absolute best in the business.
Then explain this one to me.
It represents elegance, freedom, oh, and money!
Well, someone's got a one-track mind. Are you sure it doesn't represent ugliness? There's so many jagged edges on that logo, I could cut myself.
Then the Elder Gods mentioned the commander's vase, which then broke. Why did the poem mention a vase specifically? Yeah, I'm getting from that poem that he's got a connection with someone whose memories were erased. Perhaps someone that maybe is a part of the Bureau.
Nonsense! You don't have the designer's eye.
How much do you pay these designers anyway? That's 10 times more than my salary. And probably 100 times more than my salary. I shouldn't have asked. I think I'll just go and cry in a corner right now. I feel you, Vi. I feel you. Alright, so I think we've done everything that we can do. Yeah, we've done everything that we can do on this side, so... Let's, look around. Obey! They are watching. Ah, I didn't know I was wearing my day live shades, but, okay. What's this? A trophy case? It looks more like something you'd find outside a school gym.
These are no mere ordinary trophies. These are the awards their marketing team has won over the years.
I don't want to open up that can of worms. Huh? That trophy's been knocked down.
You're right. That is strange. I distinctly remember it was normal after the Selenon attack.
That explains about... Of course! Even though it's not depicted, we are constantly wearing the They Live shades. That's, of course. That's why we can see psychics for who they are. That's why we can see the Selenon for who they are.
I keep close tracks of those things, you see. I can't have my valuable trophies being disturbed.
God forbid an actual person die, though.
Hey, I care about people too. I'm what they call a job creator.
And that's how I know he voted Republican. Was the case ever opened or tampered with?
Not to my knowledge. Besides, the murder was inflicted with a gun, not a trophy.
Regardless, I'm adding it to the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lane, clearly a Trump voter. Why would you have something like this in here?
I figured it was a good idea to motivate my employees by putting posters everywhere.
Yeah, putting posters everywhere to motivate them. The gun does look like it fell from his grip after shooting himself, or if someone had threw the gun onto the table. I know, right? But yeah, motivational posters everywhere to make people obey. Did George Orwell's writings not survive the apocalypse? Did 1984 in particular not survive the apocalypse? This isn't a motivational poster, it's horrid.
What's gotten into you? Didn't those posters come from the Bureau? You know, the people that you work for?
The They Live posters are not good for motivation, exactly. Yes, my apologies that my emotions get a bit off kilter.
I have to say, though, after the Selenon attack, I feel a bit less comfortable with that poster staring at me.
Then take it the fuck down!
I may just take it down and replace it with something more upbeat. A kitten, perhaps?
On second thought, you should probably just leave that one there. This must be the murder weapon.
It's a standard issue 38 special revolver, but it doesn't appear to have been purchased legally.
Mr. Saturday Night the Special, you got a barrel that's so blue and cold. You ain't good for nothing but putting men 6 feet in a hole.
We ran a serial number check, and it was part of an outer city shipment that disappeared a number of years ago. It was thought to have been stolen by rebels. That's the one. The gun that the she-devil pulled out of her basket.
What would something be doing like this in a... What would something like this be doing in a maid's basket?
A tisket, a tasket, revolver in a basket. It's obvious. She's actually a member of the Resistance, and hid it there until the time was right. Methinks Mr. Lane doth protest too much. The only prints on the gun are those of Lane Grange.
Damn. This really does seem like an open and shut case. Still...
Yep. Cheap and good for self-defense, but not much else. Handguns are made for killing. They ain't no good for nothing else. And if you go to drink more whiskey, you might even shoot yourself. Leonard Skinner to everybody. My musical references are diverse tonight.
I'll add it to the evidence.
Not looking good for our dear Lady Lynn right now.
This must be Lynn's wallet. It looks like it fell out of her pocket. I would return it to her, but there could be some sort of evidence about whether she was planning something.
I flipped through the wallet, pick up the wallet and flip through it. Doesn't have very much money inside. There are a few plastic cards though. An ID card and something unusual. Have you never seen a credit card before?
Shooting range membership card? No. Could she really have been practicing to commit murder?
How did she smuggle a 38 into the building? People don't check maids for guns?
Well, you know, this is a fantasy future, so I can imagine this building not having metal detectors at the door. Miss Grange, could you explain why this was in your wallet? Oh, I didn't intend for anyone to see that, but you have to believe me. I wasn't practicing to commit murder. You see, when you questioned me before, I saw the gun that Agent Blue was carrying. Then my mind started to wander. What if whoever killed my father came back to finish the job? I had no way to protect myself. My father wasn't incredibly strong, but whoever he was could have overpowered him with barely any resistance.
Probably because she warped the fuck in without warning and shanked the motherfucker.
So, you enrolled in classes? Yes, I passed their quick intensive pistol training course, but I still haven't actually bought my own yet. I wasn't planning to buy a revolver. Those are too powerful. I have no idea where that gun came from. I agree, but at the same time I hope you aren't lying. For your sake.
Psychic powers, woo!
By the way, what happened to Agent Blue? I see he isn't with you today. I suppose you could say he's in a better place. Huh? You mean he's on assignment somewhere else? Yeah, something like that. I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but this is definitely pertinent evidence.
You know, Lynn, I understand you're concerned about your own safety, and you're wanting to make sure that you can take care of yourself if your father's killer comes after you. To which I have just 2 words. Police protection. The police were there
The enforcers were there. Violet and Blue were there. You could have asked for police protection. You did not need to go out to learn how to shoot a gun and get your own gun to protect yourself. If you had asked, I am highly certain that the Bureau would have gladly diverted a little bit of resources to protecting you because you are a key witness in a murder investigation. Police protection could have solved that much more easily than going out and getting a gun.
So, yeah, the question is, where did whoever got the 38 get the 38? Yeah, I have experience with guns myself. I am not a gun person, but I have experience with guns myself because I used to be a Boy Scout. Rifles are fairly easy to pick up. Shotguns, if you don't hold them correctly, can literally be a pain in the shoulder. I should know. That has happened to me.
Roses. These don't seem very related to the case. These are real flowers. Getting enough to decorate the whole building must be quite the expense.
Yes, but I found that they boost productivity by 50%.
Really? That much?
Whenever a certain department is doing poorly, I threaten to take money out of their salary to buy more flowers. That usually gets them to work harder. Yeah. Revolvers are cheaper and easy to maintain, so they might be preferable as first guns as well.
Yeah, like I said, I do not own a gun. I'm probably never going to own a gun because I am one of those rare people who, despite the fact that they have no criminal record and probably could get a gun, especially very easily in the state where I live, I am self-cognizant enough to know that a gun is the last goddamn thing I need. Why, yes, I am all for gun control.
Oh, that explains it.
Asshole, Lane is an asshole. You're an asshole, yo.
A slide projector. I assume this was in use at the time of the murder.
Of course, quite so. It was showing a presentation.
Are you sure one of these slides didn't provoke the killing somehow?
I don't see why it would. The marketing presentation was only about space rocks. To think that turning moon dust into diamonds would provoke such a response. Absurd.
Have you ever heard of the pseudoscience of subliminal advertising?
Maybe for a dome dweller. In the outer city, meteors carry a more problematic connotation. Judging by Sam's take of the subject, I think this is worthy of adding to the evidence.
Yeah, subliminal message, exactly what I was thinking. We got two more things that we got to click on. So we got the doors, and then something else should be opened up for us to take a look at on one of these screens here.
There are two doors in this room. Nin, which one did you come through? It was the one furthest from the projector. So you came in, turned right, and then ostensibly did the deed? Yes, maybe. Where were the others when this happened? Everyone was sitting down in the front 4 seats. Besides Mr. Lane, who was in the front making his presentation. Now that I know their positioning, I should probably make a diagram.
So we've got Lynn in front of the back door there. We've got two people on one side, one person along with Rosie on the other side, and then Lynn up at the front. The bullet hole is in the upper right corner on the opposite wall. As she came through the further door, someone was bound to notice. Like Rossi. He was in perfect position to see her coming in.
Yes, that's most likely how the crime went down.
Yeah. Well, yeah, not only the victim himself would have saw her, but the guy to the right of the victim could have been looking in that direction. Okay, so... I need to find something new to click on this. It's probably not on the screen, so I need to flip back around. Now I can click on the bullet hole. This is a bullet hole left by the murder weapon, yes? Did the bullet pass through the victim's body somehow? No, we found the round lodged in the victim's skull. This was caused by a second bullet. Or it was caused by a sniper from the outside. I see. And judging by the height, it was most likely fired from inside the room. In any case, this is definitely evidence that merits further investigation. But yeah, if everyone, even if you assume that everyone was looking in the direction of the projector, when Lynn came in, and someone could have been looking in this direction, but there's hardly anyone who would have noticed someone coming in from the balcony. The only person who would have noticed anyone coming in from the balcony would have been Lynn herself. Yeah, the real question is, what size is the slug? Is it the size of the .38 round? That will be quite enough rummaging through the conference room. I don't need any company secrets leaking out. Dude, I'm an officer of the law. You will cooperate, or I will handcuff your ass. Right now, I'd be happy with any leaks I can get, but I think I'll have to drag them out of you instead. What did you say? This is slander! Mr. Lane, I've come to the conclusion that this case is a matter of human security due to a possible terrorist act. That means an on-the-spot questioning. How will you question me and prevent her from being arrested? By the time you're done, she'll be halfway to the precinct. Violet should be able to do this. Do what? Interrogate two people at once. Could be your only choice here. Well, I am at the end of my rope. I suppose even an attempt is better than nothing. But Sam, I never knew you were into detective work. I'm not, but I just downloaded the Bureau's detective manual and there's some pretty swell stuff. Great. The last thing I need is an amateur detective in my ear. Mr. Lane, give me 5 minutes to question you, and I will get to the bottom of this.
5 minutes? If you think you can solve this non-mystery in 5 minutes, then be my guest.
My middle name ain't Columbo for a reason. Actually, my middle name's Ray.
Yeah. But I hope you aren't blown away by the expert testimony of Wilson Lane, witness extraordinaire. I'll certainly be blown away by something. How brazen your lies are, perhaps. Right. As much as I hate to say it, Miss Grange was clearly the killer, surprised and angry. Other executives witnessed her taking out the handgun, scared and surprised. Sad, scared, and surprised, she held it up, no doubt savoring every minute of terror. With a single shot, he was dead. She dropped the revolver, the heinous deed complete. Okay, these are... Alright. Sad, scared, surprised, and angry. So, we have to keep an eye on his emotions up there. Question him about every single bit here and see what doesn't quite fit so that we can entrap him in a potential lie. I know you're very confident that Lynn is the killer, but I know that couldn't possibly be the case. There's no way that Lynn would murder someone in cold blood, and I'm going to prove it. Someone with a knack for hyperbole is bound to have a hole in their statement somewhere. Let's question, let the moonlight reveal the truth. Don't you think you're being a little hasty in jumping to conclusions, Mr. Lane? Yeah, at the angle she was, dropping the revolver would mean it would be on the ground, not on the table. She would have had to pitch the revolver in order for it to land on the table. No, because I saw it with my own eyes. The little she-devil was right there, holding up the gun.
is what she said. It was as if she herself couldn't believe the heinous act she committed. I still think something is wrong here. Now then, continue. Who are these other executives you're talking about?
Mostly managers from the Lane Enterprises Marketing Division. Extremely qualified people, though not quite as qualified as myself. In any case, they already gave their eyewitness accounts to the enforcers, so unless it's a case of mass hysteria, I'd say it's clear Lynn had the murder weapon.
In detective work, nothing is truly that obvious unless you've proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. Exactly. Who was the person next to the victim? Exactly. And I still have reason to doubt what you're saying is accurate.
Come now, I would never lie to a beautiful lady. You are a gemstone salesman. You would lie to your mother if you thought it would get her to buy a diamond.
Not on purpose, maybe. By the way, you may be a playboy, but flattery won't get you anywhere.
So beautiful, yet so commanding, as expected from an agent.
Yeah, you can't Bruce Wayne your way out of this, son.
Right.
Can you explain what happened in a bit more detail?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you much more than that. The whole thing was just a blur. I heard the door open, but I assumed Lynn had come into the room to do some cleaning while we had our meeting. And then, all hell broke loose. She took out the gun and shot Mr. Rossi before I had a chance to react. Before I knew it, it was over.
And there was nothing else strange going on in the room? Nothing at all?
I did hear a little thump, but that could have been my heart going a mile a minute.
I see. Nothing conclusive, but it does give me reason for pause.
A single shot. He said a single shot. There were 2 shots. This is where we question him. This is where we're going to doubt him.
So he just died instantaneously?
Did you see that blood on the window? The bullet lodged itself right into his cranium. He was alive one moment and dead the next. She pulled out the gun, fired, and blam!
I see. Seems simple enough.
What's with that look on your face?
Oh, nothing. It's just that, usually when things seem simple, they turn out to be far more complicated than they appear. In my experience, life never just hands you a straight and easy path to walk down.
Well, life is one thing, but this murder case is quite another.
Really now.
Question a 5th one.
Was it really the worst thing you've ever seen?
Oh yes, I've seen all sorts of horrible things. Corporate mergers. There's one on the window and one on his head. There's 2 shots. The thump could be the elevator. Yeah. Corporate mergers falling through. Millions being lost on the stock market. But this takes the cake.
Something tells me he hasn't seen all that many truly horrible things.
I won't get post-traumatic stress disorder because of all this, will I? Oh no. And now ableism! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of asshole packed into one man. On behalf of all my friends who have actually had to deal with post-traumatic stress disorder, go to hell and die in a fire.
Based on the nightmares I've been having recently, my past wasn't all that pleasant either. There's no way that the murder went down exactly like Lane is claiming. Something's wrong, I can feel it. I just have to pay attention to the details of the murder. Sometimes people's recollections can get a little hazy. Alright, so... let's see what evidence we got here.
Yeah, there's a bullet hole.
There's a bullet hole, and yet the bullet was in his head.
4 bullets remain in the chamber. If we assume a 6-bullet chamber,
that means 2 shots were fired. Trophies, with one of them being tipped over. Positional diagram. And the window washing. So yeah, you mentioned something about hearing the thump. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Something about this. He said earlier on that when she was talking about it, she couldn't, it was like she couldn't believe what she had done. And yet here, she says that she was savoring every moment of terror. Yeah. Also, yes, the diagram, if she had dropped it, it would have been on the floor, not on the table. I mean, I've got 5 cracks at this, so... Ah, failed. It's okay, I got 4 more cracks at this. Oh, God. I don't want to side break. I want to save that. I'm going to question this one again. I'm going to relive the questioning on this one. Okay, yeah, that was a little thump. That was a little thump. How can you savor it and be confused at the same time? Yeah, exactly. Alright, so... And music didn't change. Crap. 2 down, 3 to go. I have a feeling this one's got to do with emotions. I've got a feeling this one has to go with emotions here. Let me see what looks out of place here. Music didn't change, I failed. God damn it. My side break is my get out of jail free card. I don't want to use it if I don't have to. God. Okay, so I don't think this is emotion. I don't have the luxury of having gone through this one before, so... If only you could ask why the revolver was on the table and was on the floor. Yeah, I know. But I think I tried that. No, I tried the positioning on that one. I didn't try the, Last shot. Last shot. I have to get this one right. I have to get this one right, and then I have to perfect everything else. I don't want to side break if I don't have to. God damn. People watching the video version of this probably gonna be yelling at me, yelling the solution at me. God, there has to be something. There has to be something here. There has to be something. Why was the trophy knocked down? Yeah, he said there was a thump. I mean, worse things worse. I failed this and I have to start this over. I have failed. I have failed. All right. Primary objective failure. All right, let's try this again from the beginning. I'm going to question all over again because I know I've missed something. Okay, if the executives were watching the presentation, how would they have noticed her pull out the gun? I've got to go through and re-question everything. Because there's something somewhere. Okay. Alright. What did I just... What am I missing? What am I missing here? Yeah. Exactly. The worst thing he's ever seen. He admitted earlier to have seen a literal Selenon. God, what am I missing? What am I missing? You know what? I wasted the Cybreak. I wasted an attempt at a Cybreak. Oh my god, did you see what happened there? I got 3 failures for that. Oh my god. A single shot. What? Oh my god, I'm on my last crack at this already. Because I Cybroke incorrectly. I can't perform under pressure. Cybreak is not my get out of jail free card. If it's not during the right stage of the investigation, it's gonna fuck me hard. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering that myself. Executives and diagram. Yeah, that's what I was thinking actually. See, I can tell when I screwed up because the music doesn't change, and I've just failed again. Shit. Fuck. Fuck. What the hell am I missing here? Miss Grange is certainly the killer. The other She held it up, no doubt savoring every minute of terror.
Oh, wait, no, I know what it is! I know what it is! I have a strong idea that I know what it is.
Okay. So, surprised and angry here makes sense. Scared and surprised here makes sense. Scared and surprised here... I saw sad earlier. Ah, damn it. Maybe I was misreading. Oh, wait a minute. She was holding up the gun. Why would he have been surprised that she shot when he saw her holding up the gun, supposedly? Damn it, no! Son of a crap. Okay. I know this is going to sound weird, but I'm thinking the projector. I'm thinking the projector for this. For one key reason. If they were looking at the projector, how would they have been able to see her come in? God damn it! Two more shots. You know what? I'm going to keep that as my last resort, Ron. But there's something about this that doesn't fit. Why is he so intent on being angry at Lynn? Fucking. Yeah, why would he be surprised that everything else saw the gun? That's my last shot here. That's my last shot. Damn it! Oh, fun. I just gotta get past this. I know this is all on me. This is not a failing of the game. This is my fault. I just gotta center myself and review everything, because I know there's something I'm missing. Yeah, okay, see, they're supposed to be sad here. On that third one. When you see here, they're sad on the third two. But watch what happens when it goes into the questioning part. Now, I'm going to come back and get surprised on this one. But I want to show you something. The sad that was during the initial questioning part of it isn't there. Why is sad no longer there? Yeah, I did. I did try that. I did try that earlier, and it failed. I'm going to question all over again, because I know that I'm missing something. Yeah, that art style change on that flashback, it's actually supposed to be like that. Because it's kind of like a hazy flashback kind of thing. Yeah, I know. I wish that too. Yeah, I already know what's up with that. Oof. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's definitely a lie there. She can't, you know, stand there savoring the moment before capping and not give people a chance to react. If it was no chance to react, it would have been walk in, pop, and, you know. But the problem is, yeah. The problem is, there's nothing that I have to present on this. There's nothing that I have to present on this for that. There's nothing that I have to present on that to catch that inaccuracy. not... Well, I can use his statement of contradiction if I have a piece of evidence or if I have an emotion to go with it that contradicts what he said. I do not, because... Unless surprised. Okay. This is a complete and utter crapshoot. And it came up Snake Eyes. I've got 2 shots at this. God damn. God damn, what the fuck? What the... I've got one more. Did I already use the projector with number 2? Yeah. Okay. My last shot at this for this crack. I'm going to go out on a limb here. He said that there was another thump. Look at this. Lynn fainted. God damn it! And I don't have the ability to look up any guides for this to try and help me out. Because this episode of the game is not very old, and we're talking about not like a major game, so I highly doubt anyone's made any guides for it. What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, angry on that. Hold on a second. I noticed something kind of subtle. Alright. These two are bouncing in sync. These two are not bouncing in sync. These two are bouncing in sync. The sadness is out of sync here. Yeah. Well, when I was looking at it, my theory was actually broken by noticing the other ones where it had out of sync. Because, see, now they're in sync there, so... I've tried angry on this one. Did I try surprised on it? Yeah, I did. Ah! Yeah, see, whenever you do something, it changes, so I can't really... Ooh. Scared on the executives, yeah. I think I've tried that, actually, but I'm gonna try it again. There's a music cue that it gives you whenever you're right, and God, why is my critical reasoning just dropping out of the... This is why I never finished. This is why I never finished Phoenix Wright Cross Professor Layton. Yeah, it's Sunday for me. Yeah. Scheiße. Yeah, I already... Yeah, I already... I'm just rolling dice at this point, really. I'm just rolling dice. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Yeah, I tried that. I tried that. I tried the bullet holes unfired once, and I tried the gun unfired once as well. At this point, I'm starting to think Lynn is guilty. And I'm rolling into overtime from what I would do. Okay, I gotta slow it down here. Hang on a second. Give me some candy here. And this up here is still throwing me off, because why is it showing sad in here, but not in the line of questioning? I've tried surprised and angry there. I've tried both scared and surprised there. Yeah, I've tried both scared and surprised there. I think I've tried all three of them here. And I've tried all the ones that made sense too. I have to reread the questioning here, because there's got to be some kind of clue in what he elucidates here. I hope not, because I hate ending games on bugs. I have had that happen far too many times. I do not want to end this one on a bug. He heard a thump. There's got to be something along with that. So it wasn't her fainting. It wasn't the elevator. I mean, my aim was to keep this going. You're right, I could try that. No, it wasn't. Alright. You heard a little thump. That could have been his heart going a mile a minute. There has to be something about that thump, because that's the only... That's the only thing... I mean, I've got 4 tries at this. I might as well grasp at straws. No. That's why I'm going through and questioning again. But we didn't miss anything on the investigation page because there were 13 things to search for, and we went through all 13 of them. We didn't miss anything. Yeah, there are two executives that would not have been able to see her unless they turned around. And even then it wouldn't be very easily. She could have pulled out and shot the guy before either of these two turned around. So this feels like what we need to present. And of course it's wrong. I think this is like the first thing that I tried here. I have to be missing something somewhere. Last chance on this. Alright, she dropped the revolver and yet it was found on the table. No! God damn it. Fucking hell. God, son of a shit. One more time. One more crack. Oh, and I can't save here. Yeah, and I know the laws of probability being what they are, eventually we do have to come up with the right answer. I feel like this is my get out of jail free card. Also, these are totally just stock photos. Except for this one. I just realized that most of these are like stock photos here. Alright. I don't think there's anything to present on that first one. At the same time, I know this is completely out of left field. But Lynn herself said, when we were beforehand, that she wasn't even thinking about getting a revolver. And she went through all of the trouble. To get legally licensed to have a gun. Why would she then buy a gun illegally? And of course I'm wrong. And I witnessed her taking out the gun. Shot in the dark here, no pun intended. Oh, come on! haven't I presented on this? Whatever I presented... What have I presented for this one? The ladder. Or the elevator. I presented the... thing. The badge, I think, is my get out of jail free card. I do not want to use that if I don't have to. I've done these 3. I've done the projector. Yeah, he didn't mention anything about this. God fucking damn it. Alright. If this is the last shot I've got. This is the last shot that I have. No, no, no. Not tonight. I don't think I can do this tonight. I think I'm starting to get a little too anxious about this, and I'm not thinking straight. In addition, I kind of want to go on the Steam forums and see if anybody has come across a bug on this. I'm not going to give up this game quite yet, but for this week, I think we're done here. So, yeah. Because, yeah, I think that would end up being an auto load since I didn't save before that. But before I go, let's take a look and see what we've got available for oh. Yeah. Put her in a little. Alright. So, yeah. I think we're done here today. But, yeah. I do still like this game. I'm honestly more inclined to believe that I have missed something desperate on this, and I need to take time to do a little more research and find out for certain. So, thank you for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed Selenon Rising thus far, now that we're actually into the second episode of things. And join us later on this week for Domination at Dusk. Probably not Thursday night. I am going to be looking to move that to another evening, simply because of I got a group that I'm going to be a part of that seems to only be able to go like Tuesdays or Thursdays, Thursday nights. So I may have to move Domination at Dusk to a different day. Monday streams I have discontinued for now, simply because I am trying to scale back on my work and heal emotionally and mentally for a bit. So, thank you for joining and for watching. And as always, keep it casual.